shots from my little ivory tower over there. You do my bidding. You finish that out. I got some ramen for you on the side, though.
I think instead of a kingmaker, I think you're going to be making it with the king.
Oh,
I think that's how it's going to be.
Come on. I didn't say I'm running the best gang in prison, okay? I didn't say that. I didn't say we're not the best one. We're not top dog. But for what we are, we do good work. We're respected.
I bet you do.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are Afternoon Drive. That open courtesy of Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. We've got Jake Murrin holding down the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. We've got... Who the hell's doing 2020s?
Matt Corrali.
And the Big Cheese is doing one heck of a job. Get over here and let me yank your hair, young man. Or lady. That didn't sound great.
Or lady?
I'd like to apologize to Matt Corrali and his entire family. ADHD kicked in halfway through a sentence. All right, we've got a loaded hump day show for you. How you doing, JP?
Well, how are you?
Apparently my mind is elsewhere.
That's okay. That's all right. It's more than fine. Listen, at least you didn't go through where his ranking in prison would be.
Well, yet.
Because I would like to know that. You want to really talk about insulting somebody?
A supple young man like that?
I would like to know what you think of Matt Corrali's chances in prison.
I don't think there are chances. Now, again, it depends on the prison he goes to. If he goes to a white collar, he'll be fine.
Yeah, I was thinking about this.
If he goes to max security, he's going to need max security.
On the walk home, I was trying to figure out where the disconnect is between my version of me in prison and your version of me in prison. I don't think you understand how seedy of situations I put myself in all through high school. That's the disconnect that's happening here, is that I hung around with a lot of real seedy characters back in the day. No one believes you. I don't know why. Well, I mean,
Didn't you say you would be the cowboy of Chicago before?
Yeah, that was part of the seediness, though. That was part of the seediness. So, yeah, let me tell you where I hung out, and not the cowboy of Chicago, by the way. Great branding on that, but that's not. I'd be about as manly as I'm like a 9 on the manly scale in Chicago. Here, it's just like a 4, though.
Yeah,
that's all that is. I mean, it's
that's
just
like a 2.
Anthony Lima, he's like an 8 or a 9 in Chicago on the manly scale. Here, it's just like, you're like a 3 or a 4. It is what it is.
Like a 2.
Yeah, but no, I mean my high school was going after school to then go. I would bowl for an hour and a half in very seedy bowling alleys, and then I would go to the horse track, and I'd be I went to the horse track every day for 3 years. I'd hang out with the seedy characters that were there. They taught me a bunch of life lessons, and then I'd go into the inner city, little place called the South Side of Chicago. Don't know if you heard about it, and I would hustle people in bowling for hours on end. Like that was my day to day. I hung out with way too many seedy people. This is why it's why I could do the maneuvering that you talked about with Jax. That's why I believe that exists. I did it throughout my whole entire 15 to 18.
Do you just want me to say that I believe?
It'll never happen. I needed to give you the background, though. That's what was missing here. Some background, some coloring in the lines of who young me was. I'm not saying I didn't grow up in a nice environment and a nice place, okay? Because I did, in many ways.
With
very
Grammy
fortunate.
Pat, maybe a little...
Mama Pat, yeah. Very fortunate, to have a lot of things and presented nice things in life, no doubt about it. But I put myself in some very seedy places. I believe Nick Wilson has never been.
I will tell you this. I think you fending off Mama Pat and her advances for years as a child, I think that's your best defense for what you're going to be in prison.
Well, think about that. Just think about how oblivious I was to even the advances that were apparently happening.
Yeah, apparently. Yeah, sure.
Apparently.
Wink, wink.
Didn't even see him coming.
Yeah,
no, she was a good person.
Yeah, she was.
She was a very good person.
Pillar of the community. Definitely was not after you, not even a little bit, but completely all the way.
Definitely a pillar of the community.
Yeah, definitely. Pillar of something else.
R.I.P.I.P.
Now, that being said, you're never going to hear me say those words. You would be bad in prison. It's okay. It's okay.
You just needed some background. That's all. You just needed to, because here's the thing. If you have that in your life at some point, you can go back to that part. I can go back to the seedy parts of me in life. We can get there if we need to.
How close have you ever been to being stabbed?
Oh, very close. I've told you the story. I've told you the story before about me and a couple buddies. We hustled this whole group of guys, and they were obviously much older than us. That was part of the hustle, and we got chased out into our cars, and we had to peel out like it was a movie and everything, as they were being very, very aggressive towards everything with it.
Were they using big boy words?
No. What they ended up doing is they ended up turning us into they told my high school on us that we were doing these things to the point where
snitches almost made you their bitches.
had to go and I had to have a whole meeting with the athletic director. They thought there was a real threat. The whole football team, baseball team, everything was going to get shut down because they thought that our gambling on the side with bowling was somehow some form of accepting payment, which would have made us pros instead of the amateurs that you are at the high school ranks. It was a whole what do you do? What do you do? It's all because they snitched.
So
they snitched.
You got such a dangerous crowd.
It ruined our whole operation.
You got such a dangerous crowd. They snitched. Okay.
They did snitch, but they also threatened us a lot of times.
The real dangerous crowd doesn't snitch on you. They just leave you in a ditch somewhere.
Yeah, well, I got threatened a lot. It was not great.
Oh gosh!
But these are the seedy underlings that I need.
I need
to paint my background with you. We can always go back. You can always. It doesn't matter who you are in life. You can always go back to that. Those moments. All
right, I just got a random text.
Yeah.
This guy is delusional. That's from my carpet guy.
Your carpet guy says this guy's delusional?
Savage saying, Jonathan, just your name. Just your name.
What's wrong with that?
But in fairness...
I just want to Keller in the picture. You guys can decide what you need to Keller in, okay?
But in fairness, both sides, got to tell both sides of the story.
Please do.
I don't even know how... ALWG8787 saying, JP's been vindicated. So you got one person to agree with you. That's all you need.
You have two against me, so I think I'm pretty good right now.
Yeah.
That's all I need.
If we just check Twitter and, of course, social media reactions on X, powered by Scheibin Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store, I would bet Twitter also probably sides with me as well.
I don't think you understand how much I enjoy seedy places. At the heart of it, I do.
You live in North Solon, for God's sake.
I know, but there was a part of my life where I really did enjoy just going to seedy places and hanging out in seedy areas. So that's the part that I think is missing.
Solon seedy is like Wadsworth's Country Club.
The gambling part of me loved I think even more so than the gambling itself. We love those environments. I never felt more alive than I did sweating out the third race at Hawthorne, trying to make sure that it could come through down the stretch. You never feel more alive than when you realize, oh shoot, it's 8 o'clock and we're going to simulcast and harness racing is coming on. Guess I got to go hustle the south side of Chicago bowling community. You never feel more alive than that, Nick.
I'd like to point out that we've got this big Bears matchup on Sunday. We've got Stefanski sound, Shador sound, apparently Kumbaya between Jerry Jeudy and Shador Sanders, right? Another big opportunity for your guy. We got the winter meetings. Pete Alonso going to Baltimore of all places. The Cavs
we can skip that.
Having players-only meetings. We got all this.
Yeah.
And for the first time in 24 hours, we go to talk about something, and you're like, I got to set the record straight on this. I would be bad in prison.
I think I'd be good at it is the point. I think I'd be good at it. Yeah, I just needed to let you in on who your friend really is.
Yeah.
We've been friends for so long. I feel like I've hidden that background within myself, or maybe you just hide it for me. I'm not sure.
I don't even know if I can make eye contact with it anymore. I'm afraid of getting shanked within the breaks.
You don't know what I'm going to go back to.
Don't make me come over there and give you a throttling, young man. Sorry, I gave you the Corrali treatment.
Or woman.
So, Todd McShay... talking about the Browns. It was on the Triple Option podcast. It's called a segue. And Todd was on the Triple Option podcast reacting to Shador's success. And even after the game on Sunday, he's not sold. Shador's future is in Cleveland.
I don't think it's in Cleveland. And I say that because I'm not convinced that the coaching staff wanted to draft him. And you could kind of see that they blocked with everything they had him playing or even feeling like he was a player that they were developing. I never got that sense that they were putting the effort in this season with Shador even as a backup to get him prepared for the moment that arose with the injury to Dylan Gabriel. Now, obviously he played really well in the first start. The second start, he gets nicked up. And so we'll see how that goes the rest of the season. But honestly, my guess is depending on what, is it the same general manager, Andrew Berry? Is it the same head coach, Kevin Stefanski, next year? If it is, I think that he's playing now to get the attention of the other 31 organizations to try to get an opportunity, whether that's it would most likely have to be in a trade, or else he's going to have to ride out the remaining 3 years in his rookie deal.
Now, Todd is a very, very connected guy, much like Albert, who we had on yesterday. And people want, if you hear something you don't like, I understand the ultimate thing that people do now is they just try and attack the credibility. Todd is incredibly well-sourced. Yeah. But given what I saw on Sunday, if he had said this last week, I probably wouldn't bat an eye on it. I would understand what he's saying, even though Shador was the starter from week to week. There's something about this that feels like a hot take. 3 days after the best start of Shador's NFL career. And by the way, the best start of any Browns quarterback since late 2023.
The hot take is that once Shador has this great game, now all of a sudden it's to showcase for 31 other teams?
Yeah.
That's the hot take. The hot take is, wait, we finally got something nice, and now all of a sudden we have to think about getting rid of it? Like, the saving point of that clip for me is the idea that Shador, and he references this, the idea you have 3 more years under contract. You don't have to do anything with Shador. All the conversations about trading him, all these conversations about auditioning for 31 other teams, hogwash. If you like Shador, you hang on to Shador, and then you go ahead and you go from there. You don't have to do anything at this point.
Yeah, I think it's really funny that the people who just, and this is not Todd, this is kind of an aside point that I want to make. The people who can no longer just blatantly say Shador's nothing, he doesn't have any talent, right? They've now pivoted to, well, would you trade him? Like, if you got the number 1 pick, would you trade Shador? You could use him to trade up if you wanted to, because now he's got so much value. And it's like, guys, if he's got enough value to trade up to get the number 1 pick, if you're in that position, he's got enough value to be your starting quarterback, or at least we'll go into this winter, or this this next season as the number 1 guy, even if there's competition around him.
Yeah, I mean, Mac Jones plays like 4 games and all of a sudden is worth like a 2nd-round pick to people. You know what I mean? Like, if you have him play out, 7 or 8 games before you have your starter and Dante Moore take the field, all he's going to do is just raise his value. But more importantly, he's got a chance in the showcase what he can do. I've never looked at this with Shador as some sort of audition for 31 other teams, as if he's setting the table for another quarterback, though. I guess that's the hang-up I have.
Yeah, I also think, like, if the... For him to audition for 31 other teams, that means that there are teams out there that he's changing the minds of, right? Because all 32 teams passed on him at least 3 or 4 times in the NFL draft.
In a lot of ways, that is what Sunday was.
Well, but like, if he can do that with the other 31 NFL teams, are you telling me he couldn't do that with a coaching staff that is here, or with the organization that's here? You know, the team that drafted him?
For sure.
There is a little, like, that's a little counter-logical to me.
Yeah, I think a lot of this is baked into the idea that McShay thinks Stefanski just doesn't like Shador. Mm-hmm. And I think there are a lot of Shador people that would co-sign that take and thinking that maybe based off the evidence that we have, maybe that wasn't the horse that Stefanski wanted to have win this whole entire race.
I think that's definitely fair, and I think that's probably the most fair thing. What I would say is, if you said right now, who's most likely to be in their current spot on week 1 of next season, Shador or Kevin Stefanski, it's process of elimination. I think it'd be Shador. Again, I think Shador still has the next 4 games. He's got to earn it.
Yeah.
I'm not just giving it to him because of 1 good game or 3 nice starts, whatever you think we've seen from him. To me, it is, I think Kevin Stefanski is like 1 foot away from getting shoved in front of the bus of the failure of the last 6 years. So I wouldn't base my opinion on where Shador's going to play next year based on Kevin Stefanski, because I think it's less likely he's here in any capacity in the year. I think I would pretty much guarantee Shador's going to be here next year.
Is McShay trying to avoid like a Sam Darnold, Vikings, Kevin O'Connell, J.J. McCarthy situation? Is that what he's really trying to get after? Because I would tell you this.
Who's J.J. McCarthy? Is it Dylan Gabriel?
Well, no. This would be J.J. McCarthy would be the future quarterback that you take in 2026.
Okay.
And then Shador would be the quarterback that starts the season as you just kind of have the other quarterback not playing, obviously, wins 14 games, wins 13 games, has you in the postseason, but then at the end of the year you say, no, we want to move forward with the actual person we drafted.
I don't know.
And look where it's gotten Minnesota.
Well, listen, I think it's fair. If you think the Browns are just no questions asked going to be drafting a quarterback next April, today, I think that's a fair take. I'm not close-minded on it. I really do think Shador's start...
Does he mean for this offseason? Is that what he means? Like this offseason, the all of a sudden 4 more games of this, and then... Because we do have a quarterback... musical chairs that is going to have to happen at some point. We have too many quarterbacks on this roster if you're trying to keep everybody.
I can think of one you can get rid of real quick.
I can think of it too, but they said that's not the case right now, but it's Deshaun, it's Dylan, it's Shador, and then it's if you draft a rookie quarterback as well. I mean, that room's already filled up then. We talked at length about how you don't have enough opportunities for even the backup quarterback to be getting snaps. What are you doing with that 4 quarterback race?
The same thing you did last year, botching it tremendously.
And I think that's maybe what McShay is trying to get at, or at least harp on, is that if the quarterback room ends up being full and there's value with one of these quarterbacks, i.e. Shador, then you just take what you can get. And I would tell you, I think that's just a miss. I think that's the wrong idea.
216-474-0092. At Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media. When it comes to Shador's future, do you believe that Shador that his future isn't in Cleveland. There's another part of this we do want to get to, but we got quick hits coming up at 2:40 today. Kevin Stefanski saying the darndest things. We got Ashley Bastock at 3:20 as she does every single hump day here. We'll pick her brain on the Browns quarterback situation, the next 4 games for Shedeur, Stefanski's future. The same will be done with Ross Tucker, Odyssey NFL Insider, coming up at 4 today, and then Jason Lloyd of The Athletic at 5:20 today. All the many things. We'll also get a little Cavaliers talk with him as well, as they are off until Friday due to the, I guess it's the cup or something. I don't know. I'm not a cupper this year, so I wouldn't know. The Cavs aren't in it. 216-474-0092. Do you think Shedeur's future isn't in Cleveland? And the other half of this, and as it pertains to Kevin Stefanski's future in Cleveland, on 92.3 The Fan.
talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
2020 Sports by Scheiben Jewelers. Visit Scheiben Jewelers for holiday gifts, Swiss watch bands, world-leading jewelry designers, and Scheiben Jewelers handcrafted pieces. Shop Scheiben Jewelers in Strongsville or ScheibenJewelers.com.
Whenever you need to talk about the Browns, we got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
I don't think it's in Cleveland. And I say that because I'm not convinced that the coaching staff wanted to draft him. And you could kind of see that they blocked with everything they had him playing or even feeling like he was a player that they were developing. I never got that sense that they were putting the effort in this season with Shedeur even as a backup to get him prepared for the moment that arose with the injury to Dylan Gabriel. Now, obviously he played really well in the first start. The second start he gets nicked up. So we'll see how that goes the rest of the season. But honestly, my guess is depending on what, is it the same general manager, Andrew Berry? Is it the same head coach, Kevin Stefanski, next year? If it is, I think that he's playing now to get the attention of the other 31 organizations to try to get an opportunity, whether that's it would most likely have to be in a trade, or else he's going to have to ride out the remaining 3 years in his rookie deal.
Todd McShay, Triple Option Podcast. This kind of harkens back to almost the Shannon Sharpe thing yesterday, where we played Shannon Sharpe, and I'm like, I just like, Todd knows how the NFL works. Shannon knows how the NFL works. But if you listen to the two clips that we've played of the gentleman the last 24 hours, there's like an ignorance to how the NFL actually works. If Shedeur is good enough in the final 4 games if Shedeur starts the final 4 games and it's just some balance of what he was the first 3 games, the Browns trading him would be the dumbest thing, even if it's an ultimatum from Kevin Stefanski, which would be even weirder that wouldn't have won Kevin over to some degree.
I just don't know what any team would be offering up that you'd be like, oh, that's definitely worth the insurance that we would have. Especially
4th rounder? You want a 4th rounder?
Right. Like the 4th rounder going to be great when we've watched how many Browns seasons end up with injury and end up with a second quarterback being involved. Like the insurance that it would be. And listen, I think Shedeur is going to end up starting next year if he continues down the path he did last week for the next 4 games. But if at the end of this, the conclusion is next year he's got to be the backup behind Dante Moore or something like that, then okay, fine. Dante Moore gets injured. Dante Moore flat out sucks. Like, you need to have something else there. And for 3 years, you want to make sure you have that at a cheap, cost-controlled measure.
I also just thinking about what was and trying to broadcast it going forward. Like, I don't think it's even a conversation. Kevin Stefanski didn't want Shedeur here. But having worked together for a year, and I think if he gets enough good performances, I don't know that maybe he'll ever be a Shedeur guy, so to speak, but do I think he'll warm to the idea that, hey, I've got a quarterback with competent quarterback play, maybe I'd like to keep that guy around? Yeah, I think there's a part of this where it's like a fixed take, where Stefanski and Barry somehow both decided a year ago this kid isn't it, and then no matter what happens this year that he can't change minds internally. I mean, I think the next 4 games are Shedeur auditioning for Kevin on some level, and I also think it's Kevin auditioning for Shedeur. Like, can you guys build a bridge to where all of a sudden you're not what each other thought he was in the pre-draft process?
I mean, ultimately, you're going to like the people that make you look the best. And the idea that Shedeur is hitting some of these, for how many years have we been told Stefanski's got open receivers, it's just these quarterbacks aren't able to find them. Well, look at what Shedeur is able to do. He's able to find these guys. And I think who wouldn't love that? You know what I keep thinking about? I keep thinking about the idea that, on the game this last Sunday, he was pressured on 64% of his passes. That was the most by any quarterback in the NFL this year. He got sacked twice. The big problem everyone had is he'd take too many sacks. Then that record actually got broke in the Chargers game on Monday. Justin Herbert got pressured on 68% of his plays. Did you look at Justin Herbert's box score? He got sacked 7 times. He threw for 120 yards, and one of those was a 60-yard screen pass. Okay, and I'm not saying that all of a sudden that means Shedeur Sanders is Justin Herbert. What I am saying is that you had Joel Bitonio as the only starter from week 1 and 4 backups, and he was able to make that look awesome. And he was able to cover that up, and he was able to make it seem like, oh, offensive line had a good day. No, they didn't. No, they didn't. He had them looking like they had a good day. And I think when you start doing things like that and being that human makeup, that human concealer, how could a guy like Stefanski not end up loving him?
Well, and I actually think that's the catch-22 that's going to come out of this, is I think if you're the Browns, you're not saying, hey, can Shedeur work with Stefanski? I think it is, can Stefanski work with Shedeur? Meaning, like, if Shedeur keeps playing the way he did on Sunday, or again, let's say 20% less, but he is an acceptable starter. At the end of the season, you are going to have to ask yourself, well, if we're going forward with this guy as the starter, or as the lead guy in the room, and then we'll kind of let another, he'll battle with somebody for the job, whatever it is, you do have to ask yourself, is Kevin Stefanski the right coach for him? And that, I think, is a question that will come up if Shedeur continues to play at a significant level.
Of course it will, and that's where I think if this all is predicated on Shedeur over the next 4 games looking awesome, but that is the type of question then that Haslam, does that happen behind closed doors? You like to be honest with me. Just how much is Kevin actually helping you here? How badly do you need him? Do you feel like your development is tied to Stefanski or not? Because if you asked him right now, I don't think Shedeur would say yes to that answer.
No, I don't think it's as direct as that. I think it is at the end of the season, you're having a conversation with Andrew Berry, whoever's actually going to be here making decisions, and I do think Andrew's going to be here whether you or I want it or not. And I think you go, all right, do we trust Kevin to build the offense that is perfectly suited to Shedeur? And I think, given what Kevin did with Deshaun, and I think doing what Kevin did with Baker, and what Kevin has done with his other starting quarterbacks, I think that's one of the things you can doubt with him. I think the idea that even though I think there's a lot of overlap in what Shedeur can do and what Kevin likes to do, I do think, like, all right, I think Kevin can build his offense and then fit Shedeur into it. That's not what should be happening going forward. If Shedeur plays really good football down the stretch, if he's the starter, you need to build that sucker all the way into him, and that's the thing I don't think I've seen Kevin Stefanski do for 6 years.
No, but again, if he does look good over the next 4 weeks, let's say, then obviously he will have found something that clicked, and he would have found something that is able to at least be a starting point with that conversation.
No. I really need a head coach here that can perfectly curtail an offense around Shedeur and give him more opportunities to do the off-schedule stuff.
No one's denying that, but I do think there's a couple instances I saw in this last week's game where I thought he did actually set up Shedeur in ways that he didn't the previous 2 weeks that I thought helped, in particular, sticking him under center more and really playing to his strengths there. And it was one of those things that it was a subtle shift, but it was very different from week 2 to week 3. And so, like, I think he is making some adjustments. I think Shedeur's doing this in spite of Stefanski, though, so you're knocking down the wrong door if you think I'm going to turn around and be like, Stefanski deserves credit in this instance.
216-474-0092. Todd McShay said the darndest thing, that Shedeur's future isn't in Cleveland. And, like, I'll be honest with you, it's hard for me to, like, try and come around to find the point that Todd is making, because it just feels so alien from the conversations we've had, the greater conversations on this station, which are not part of the what I would say bat bleep crazy conversation around Shedeur and the Browns in general. Like, I think everybody's kind of been putting in between, like, certain goalpost of a very respectable conversation about Shedeur, Stefanski, and the Browns. I think Todd's outside that. I think Todd is like to me, this is like, are you privy to all the information here?
Have you been grinding too much tape on all the different tackles of this class?
And I'm not.
It might be part of the discussion. I don't know.
I really am not trying to dog Todd. He is great at what he does, and I
listened to the YouTube video, and there was a part in there where Urban Meyer was like, "So how much tape are you grinding this time of the year?" And Todd's like, "Well, it's about like 20 hours a week right now, and then
part-time job."
And you could see Urban's face look like, "That's it, you schmuck." And then you could tell McShay's like, "Oh no, that wasn't a good enough answer." Like, well, in January is when we really get the work going, though. Yeah. That's when we break it down positions. We really get the work going, and that's when those numbers get amplified. And I was like, "Oh no," Urban was so upset with that answer.
I think the other way you say
20 hours is a day for Urban.
Herbs.
There's 24 in a day. He does it 20 hours of the day.
Herbs, full disclosure, only 20 hours a week, but I'm using the other 20 hours a week to go at local bars.
I think he wanted him to do the all proctology exams. I think Remember Darius? Darius, one off season like 3 years ago, had talked about how he'd watched like 1,500 hours of film. I did the math on it, and it turned out to be like it was an insane amount of hours per week and by the month. Like things you just can't do. It'd be like if he only slept, ate, and broke down basketball film, which he just was not doing. That's the answer that Urban wanted.
I like that Wilt Chamberlain 60 years ago is like, I've betted 20,000 women. And now the common athlete's like, I've betted 20,000 hours of study.
That's what it was. It was like an insane number that was just not, and I did the math on it. It was like you came nowhere close. Why, this isn't, that's the brag they think it is. This is McCarthy getting hired to the Cowboys and then admitting that he lied about the amount of hours of tape he was grinding.
Well, I mean,
in the press conference to Jerry, he's like, yeah, no, I exaggerated that number to everybody.
216-474-0092. Will the Browns have to choose between Stefanski and Shedeur? This was more of a conversation that I think we're going to have 4 weeks from now, because I think there's Shedeur's got to build the bridge to that happening. But I just think like McShay's comments are so kind of outside the goal lines of the conversations we've been having that I think if I'm going by what he's saying, it just sounds so divorced from reality that at the end of the season, Stefanski would go, it's me or him. If Shedeur was doing all the things that led to Shedeur playing well on Sunday.
Then it's an easy answer, obviously. It's not going to be a me or him. It's going to say, okay, you're gone, Stefanski. That's it. It's fine.
Also, Stefanski just might be going otherwise.
I know. I think McShay, though, is thinking more along what Albert told us yesterday. We asked Albert like what the most likely outcome is, gave him 3 different ones. He's like, I don't know. I think it'll be a veteran quarterback that could be the starter for next year. And it's like, well, if Shedeur plays as well as he did on Sunday the rest of the season, it makes no sense to make a veteran with no upside, no promise of anything, the starting quarterback next year.
So yes, but specific to the Albert thing, I've been trying to chart, because Albert has been so in one direction about Shedeur, in the mania about Shedeur, and he's a 5th-round pick and that. And so I've been trying to gauge, like, all right, what was Albert's comment after the first win, right? After the first time Shedeur got out there and he ended up winning against the Raiders. And it was kind of mocking the idea that Shedeur was anything. It was a good game. What are we talking about? And then the next week, it was, how about your guy, right? And then this week, it was, that's a really good game. And so I think what's interesting is where that crowd, because again, Albert's not anti-Shedeur. Albert's just talking to people who are telling him, hey, this is what we think of the kid.
You mean how fast it can change is what you're getting at.
Yeah, I do. And I think
it changes very quick.
I think guys like Albert are the perfect thing to pay attention to, because inevitably that's going to be the indicator of how people around the NFL really feel about Shedeur's success, even if they're still off their damn rocker.
Well, so I think me and you take a lot of pride in the idea that we don't flip-flop often, and we're not like a lot of other shows that are constantly going as the wind goes. But the reality is that most people do end up going as the wind goes, and the NFL and NFL executives aren't immune to that either. They do also go. Think about how easy it's been. For one week, Kurt Warner... Well, yesterday, I watched a whole film breakdown of him with Shedeur Sanders. It was great on Siciliano's podcast, but he ended it talking about how Shedeur is now a franchise quarterback. And he was going through all the traits, and he was doing all this and that, and it's like, I don't remember where Kurt Warner was before that, but I think I would have had him on the show, or at least authored up some sort of, we would have given him some time to go ahead and, 3 months ago, make that bold claim. Like, this happens quick for a lot of people, and they can be impressed very easily.
I think he was stocking shelves in Des Moines again. Taylor Swift might have been warning the NFL all along. Good Lord. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey!
McShay.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
You can now watch The Fan live on YouTube. Catch The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 till 10 a.m. and Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. each and every weekday. It's free. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube.
All right, our radio partnership is in serious turmoil right now. JP and I are in the midst of the break here, and he just shouts out, "Hey, who's that magician?"
Shout out. I just politely asked. I said, who's the magician?
You streamed it at the top of your voice. Who's the magician?
Yeah.
And so I was like, is it David Blaine? Are you thinking of David Copperfield?
You're being a smart ass and you know it.
And then you looked at me like I was the dumbest man on the planet. And they were like, no, the magician. All right, I've named 2 magicians. If I didn't get I'm supposed to know every magician. And then I
said sales guy. We have a sales guy that's a magician.
Absolute crap.
He's done tricks and everything like that. And then Keith came in and just gave me the answer.
Because he heard sales guy magician.
Why aren't you more like Keith? Just be easier, just like, hey,
that's what I think of is with Smeedy easiness.
Just give me the answer. 20 minutes ago. It's a simple request.
I don't believe it's a large, Keith. I don't believe it's a damn large.
Keith comes in. He's like, hey, send out an email to the sales staff. Let them know what days you're off. We're taking the same days off for the holidays.
It was 20 minutes ago.
I'm like, hey, just put my name on that email. You're like, of course not. Send your own email, you heathen. And I'm like, okay, I guess if that's how we feel.
And so then I'm out here. I'm
crafting my own email. I'm doing the work. And if anything, I was going to be like, hey, do you want me to I'll throw your name on my email if you want. I just don't want to clutter people's emails.
Something
is all this. I just don't want to clutter people's emails. And
you attacked me about a magician, and then he did. The sales guy magician. You should have said if you led with sales guy magician, I would have known.
It's not like we have a lot of magicians in our life in general.
I can't remember.
I only got the one.
You didn't even mention hey, who's the magician in our life? I might have then had the context clue.
James is our magician. Has he ever done a party trick for you? They're incredible. I asked as if
not for me personally.
No, okay, yeah, you have to get that done at some point. Oof. I've told you this before. I'm incredibly impressed by magicians.
Yeah.
What is suspect about that?
No, because it just doesn't fall in line with I'd do well in prison, which was the start of this show. I like to be in seedy places.
I'm layered.
I enjoy seedy areas. I also enjoy magicians.
They're going to make something disappear in prison. I'll tell you that right now.
You've never been to one of those seedy magician places, have you? Never been to one of those. You don't even know they exist. That's the thing. That's how uncultured you are.
I'll be honest.
I got layers. I got the seediness. We got the other parts of me. I'm a lot. There's a lot to me.
You are a lot.
There's an onion. You are.
Me. You gotta keep peeling. Keep peeling. Quite a lot. Let's go ahead and get to quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world
Angel.
To the sound bites you need to hear.
Hurry.
It's quick hits.
Fresh off his 2-point conversion disaster, Kevin Stefanski talked about dealing with criticism of his calls today.
I think in my position, everything you do that doesn't work will be criticized. That's the nature of this beast. I'll constantly try to do what's best for the football team.
Secretly a very condescending answer.
Yeah, I actually kind of liked it. When I saw the Facebook page post this answer, I expected a longer answer, and then I heard it and I thought I liked it. And I might be coming off some Atkinson fatigue. I got a thing with Atkinson right now that is just...
we're flip-flopping on Kenny.
He's really bothering me. I think he's too intense. I think he's entirely too intense as a coach, and I don't love what I'm seeing right now to him.
I think you're moving goalposts.
As the whole team is like melting down in front of him, he's like yelling at him about a Tuesday practice, etc.
You wanted him to give him espresso and maybe pass a blunt?
It's December 10th. I don't know that Evan Mobley needs that. But anyway,
hey guys, we're gonna bond right now. I got some of the finest Chiba.
I actually think that would work with Jared Allen. I think Allen and Mobley would actually
too nerdy to love the.
They would vibe with that. What do you mean too nerdy to what?
He would be like that. What?
That Jared drug Allen doesn't know nerdiness from coolness or anything in between.
Jared Allen would smell ganja and be like, "Is there a skunk in here?" Oh my word! He would say, "Oh my word."
Oh my word.
Yes. Yeah.
Nerdy
Do you
people
think
do
he's
drugs. And all sorts of nerdy people do drugs.
Yeah, but they do it.
You do
They're
drugs.
jazz artists. And they do heroin like proper Americans.
Oh, is that it? They do heroin.
Yeah.
They do the hard stuff.
Yeah.
So there's what is it? The line of like the more nerdy you are, the more intense your drugs are going to be.
I'm not going to go that far. But what I'm saying is the cool people do a little ganja.
What do you know about cool people? Yeah, I said it.
Okay.
Yeah, I said it.
All right.
Yeah, I said it.
You better hit that damn button.
Like a 4 on the cool scale. Travis Kelce details a disappointing play after the Chiefs' loss in a expletive-laced rant. This courtesy of the New Heights podcast.
Obviously, looking at the playoffs late in the season right now, it's not looking too great for us. You know, it's a crazy league. Anything can happen, and that's the little bit of hope that I have. But man, this is a tough reality to be in. It's just feeling. You put in all this work to be there for your guys, and I just wasn't that.
That guy's unequivocally cool. that guy. That's like a 9.5 on the cool scale.
Because he curses.
Well,
that shows how cool you are.
Not only that, I don't curse. So that's I guess that if that's the answer, that's
I'm
the
gonna
answer.
send more people into your prison cell.
As the show moves on.
Yeah.
They're not Sims characters.
Right up.
You turn him into a circus
to
now?
see the amazing Jonathan. How much punishment can he take?
As he tries to learn magic in the corner.
1 cigarette per admission.
That voice really makes you sound cool, doesn't it?
I'd go ahead and let people have you for 1 cigarette.
That'd be like a cool carny voice to
and
get
then I'd
people
be
on your
like,
side.
I don't smoke, and I'd just throw them in the trash.
I don't know why I'm insulted by the idea I'm only worth 1 cigarette to you.
Yeah.
I'm 1 cigarette.
And then I'd throw them away.
Not even menthols.
Nope.
Just the basic stuff. We had no chance with this clip, did we?
Not a chance.
Zero
Now, that
zero
being
chance
said,
with this clip.
Talk about perspective. I actually do understand what he's talking about, the work you put in. Bub, you've been deep into the playoffs 90% of your career. You've won multiple Super Bowls. This is how the other half lives.
1 catch on 5 targets.
How many drops?
Didn't have 10 yards. That's what I'm saying. And then the 1 drop that led to the fatal interception of the game. So, Kelsey's doing his hand and making this thing really just sink to the bottom.
Doing his hand.
Doing his sleight of hand.
You nailed it. You're a magician there.
That was what we were going for.
The 6'7" craze impacted college basketball last night as Baylor guard Talia Scott went to the line.
We need to put a stop on 6'7" stories.
Free throws, and Baylor
you did this to
had a 64-24 lead over Alabama
He wasn't
State.
going to get to this one.
She sunk the first 2, and the crowd, including a huge swath of small children, there was a simmering, there was a buzz in the air.
How many small kids are going to the college basketball games?
The third to make it 67-6-7-24. Scott spoke after the game about the big moment.
I loved when Talia hit her 3 free throws and got to 6-7, and I wanted that all week. They were like, no, we're not going to get it. I was like, yes, we are.
And I was the main one saying I didn't want to get it, and I was the one who scored it.
This clip
Anything for the kids.
It's got
I was
all
a
my
little
least
nervous
favorite
just
things.
because all the kids, they were screaming. I felt like they were depending on me. And so I was like that's the most nervous I've ever been. There's been game winning shots. That was the most nervous I've ever been. But I'm happy I was able to do it for them, and they made their day.
Another man trying to talk over a woman. Is this wholesome content that will change your heart?
I thought he was done talking. I just thought you found a clip to combine my least favorite things.
Yeah.
6'7" trend in women's college basketball.
Man, the mean streets when they hear about this.
What game was that from?
That'd be Baylor, Alabama State. Watching the demise of Jonathan Peterlin in real time, folks.
Yeah, you enjoy your 6'7" craze.
I'm sorry, did you say 6'7"? Omaha! Oh, it's something fun the young people are doing. I hate it.
It's been going on
Jonathan
for too
Peterlin.
long. It's just been going on for too long.
We said to bomb for like 6 years.
It's just if this goes, this can't go for 6 years. I know it had its course. It's done.
I think what's being proven here is you're not cool.
That was dead and then was brought back.
Embracing 6'7", I think, is the least cool thing you could possibly do.
Clearly, you're not cool because everyone's embracing 6'7".
No, they embraced
except
it
for the olds who go.
Months ago, they embraced it.
What's a 6'7"? I hate it. Why do they juggle?
They embraced it 3 months ago, and then like normal people, we kind of let it go. It happened.
Normal people, they're small children.
The Halloween costumes came in. No, but adults have we've passed it. It's passed us by.
Yeah, who cares? You guys aren't cool.
If you have a mortgage, it's passed us by.
You're old. All you old people aren't cool. The people who are hip to 6'7", now that's cool.
I'm younger than you.
Yeah, not mentally.
According to Spotify, very much so. I'm younger than you.
Well, you also. And I remember Spotify saying you had bad taste in music.
Mac, why are you laughing at that? Spotify basically did tell me my age is like a 30-year-old.
I know you're younger than me.
I'm the
according to
only
Spotify.
person I know that had a younger than their actual birth age as your what you listen to with music age. Only one I know. What was your 72? Mm-hmm. That was very cool of you.
Yeah,
very cool.
That was actually 6'7".
I'm gonna get Adam and Rocky River to go ahead and text your ass and tell you how cool you are right now. That's what I'm gonna get.
Bring it.
Philip Rivers.
You know who's not 6'7"? Adam and Rocky River.
Asked what his current weight is, Philip Rivers was, and this is what he had to say.
Right this second? I'm not sure, Greg. How about that? That's an honest answer. Not what it was when I walked up and filmed Buffalo. All right? I can tell you that. But then I follow that up with, I ain't never ran away from anybody anyway.
He looked like he was his seasonal weight for Philip Rivers.
I'm here for Fat Phil.
I'm here for the horse.
Get your fill, Colts fans.
I want 44-year-old Philip Rivers to be awesome. I think it's got a very little chance of happening, but I want it to happen.
I probably am on the same side as you, but it's going to really be funny watching him run because what he said there is true. He was never a guy that moved exceptionally well. Now you put about 20 pounds on. In about 5 years since we last saw him, this could be a real disaster. This could be a real disaster.
Oh, in the first quarter, it could end up being like, oh no, this was an absolute mistake. You never should have gone down this road. What were you thinking? I'm here for that too, but I would love to see him get a win.
I would too.
I really love it. I think it'd be a great story.
Secretly, not an easy schedule. They've got the Niners, they've got the Seahawks, they've got the Texans and Jags. I still think the Jags are more gettable than everybody thinks, but that's... If he actually does go 3-1 and they make the playoffs, it's going to be tough to go ahead and criticize anything that he does numbers wise because he will have gone through 4 very tough opponents.
And also helping out the Browns in the process if he can take down Jacksonville because that draft pick continues to just climb and climb and climb.
Don't worry, we know what's going to happen with the Jaguars. They're going to be one and done in the playoffs. They're not a good team. They've feasted on a bad schedule.
Yes, but even within that, the idea that they're probably going to win the division is interesting.
It is. Yeah, enjoy that top 4 seed and an early trip home there, Jacksonville. 216-474-0092. Do you want to see Philip Rivers succeed? Are you in on Fat Phil? And the critics have spoken on Evan Mobley. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey!
Pirates. The Cleveland Browns preview show is back tonight at 7. You can catch tonight's preview show immediately following Afternoon Drive right here on the radio home of the Browns, 92.3 The Fan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
When it's your time in the car, focus on what matters to you. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. It's the 3 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
I bet your sweet Bippy Boyo. Ashley Bastock coming up in about 20 minutes. We started the show talking about Todd McShay on the Triple Option podcast, saying he doesn't think Shador is in the Browns' long-term plans. We'll get Ashley's take on that bit of sound. Whether Stefanski and Shador really will be able to coexist long-term, all that coming up in about 20 minutes, but we got a players-only meeting alert for the Cavaliers. In between this stupid period where the NBA Cup, which nobody's really going to watch, is going on, mostly because the Cavs aren't in it. The Cavs had a hell of a practice yesterday, and then afterwards, apparently Kenny Atkinson really got into him, really gave him the business, and then they had a players-only meeting. That'll fix it.
That'll take care of it. I don't know. It just reading the quotes and reading everything, it just felt very intense for December 10th or December 9th when this was, and just I don't know. I don't think Atkinson's losing the team or anything, but it seemed over the top.
I just want to know how many times Donovan Mitchell can tell everybody to get their head out of their ass before somebody will listen.
I mean, no, that's the thing, is that, and it goes back to the same constant complaints that we always have about this team. You can yell about it all day, but they're not going to become tougher. They're not going to all of a sudden, their mentality is their mentality. This is what you got. I almost want to sit down Atkinson and tell them you're not going to be able to mold these guys into who you think they are, who you want them to be.
Well, I think there's toughness, which is the Detroit Pistons, Isaiah Stewart trying to fight Bobby Portis. He should look up the history of Bobby Portis, by the way. I would not do that.
When your nickname's Beef Stew, you just go after it.
He's a guy that I believe prematurely ended the career of a Lithuanian center back in Chicago. I can't say his name, though, because it's impossible. It makes Zydrunas Ilgauskas look like Joe Smith. That's how long the guy's name is. I know it's Marshunas something, but I can't remember the last one. The point is, there's that toughness, and then there's just playing hard. And I think that's, what is different this year is we've never doubted how hard the Cavs play in the regular season. They might take a half off. They might take a quarter off. But this is the first year where they've pretty much just taken the first 25 games of the year off.
Yeah, and the disappointing part is that this is the first full offseason that we've been able to have with Atkinson. Last offseason, he was out with Team France doing the Olympics thing, and you come back, and I don't know, I guess the way they talked was that he was going to be very instructive. He was going to be able to be basically best buddies with all these guys and then give them to play hard, and then you fast forward, and it just doesn't seem like any of it's really happening.
I think the benefit they were hoping for, and I actually think it's come through, is the player development stuff. Tyson has been a completely different player this year. He looks like a really interesting piece. I don't know if he'll be a starter, but 6th, 7th, 8th guy, I think he could be that. Craig Porter Jr. has shown some development as well. I think that's what they were talking about with the benefit of Kenny having an offseason, but I don't know. This isn't on Kenny to me. This is on those guys. And I really do think it's as simple as they've hit that first wall that you hit, where you've had as much success as you can have without making an Eastern Conference Finals or an NBA Finals or winning a title. And I think that's the first fracture point you can have. And by the way, it doesn't mean they're fractured or beyond broken or anything like that. It just means this kind of stuff has happened with Boston once a year, once Tatum and Brown got them to a certain point. You look at the rest of the teams that have had, long successful runs, everybody goes through this. What's surprising is, I think at least in the regular season, we all kind of thought, I don't want to say they were past it, but that this kind of stuff just wouldn't happen because of the culture that we have seen build over the previous 6 years.
I mean, if we're being honest, though, we probably should have seen some of this coming, and I only say that in respect to just how dominant they were last regular season. 64 wins. You had a top 5 scoring offense in NBA history. You were awesome in many, many ways. And so then, what was the reward for that? What did they get? Nothing. A whole offseason of everyone telling them that they didn't live up to anything, that they didn't accomplish their goals, that they need to be better, need to do this, and it was all because of a Garland injury and a couple injuries at inopportune times, and then you lose in the second round. And so, like, I totally get it like that, and that's really the hard part that Atkinson has to try to figure out is how do you convince these guys that playing in the regular season is going to matter when they played their butt off last regular season, and it ended up meaning nothing in the big picture.
I actually think so. I think there's something that you said in there that I think we should examine a little bit more.
All right, let's do it.
Because I think Darius, I think if we had really listened to what Darius said this offseason coming off the injury, which was essentially, if I don't get hurt in the Indiana series,
they win that series.
We win this, and then I think we win the NBA championship.
That's what he believes. Yeah, he spoke on that.
But I think that speaks to he and they think they've already accomplished something they haven't. Like, in previous years, when they've gotten bounced out in the first round or second round, every year it's been, man, that whole summer, all I thought about was the Boston series. That whole summer, all we thought about was, the Knicks series, right? There wasn't a lot of that this year. So when Darius says, oh, we would have won that easy, well, yeah, but you didn't. And so I do think, and I don't want to put it on Darius because Darius is coming off an injury, and it's really hard.
Like a championship hangover when you really didn't actually achieve the championship.
Yeah, but I don't. But by the way, I don't put it on Darius. I put it on the rest of the guys. Like, this is where Donovan should have seen this coming. In between, hanging out on his fiance's tour bus, he kind of should have seen this mentality seeping in. And the good news is, controlling how hard you play and personal accountability with each other is the easiest fix. It just requires personal accountability. So that should be the easiest fix. I don't know about the offense. I think they've got enough playmakers that if the effort changes, that at some point the shots will start falling, but at the very least, the effort and intensity on any given night is the easiest thing to control because I've seen them do it the 3 previous years.
Well, here's why I guess I don't know. I still tend to believe that it's the idea that they just worked so hard and so tirelessly to win every game and it didn't get rewarded, and so now they're like, well, why bother during the regular season? But the problem with that, and here's where they have to get this corrected, Nick, is that as of right now, you're the 8th seed. If you continue to win at this rate, you'll be lucky to even be in the postseason in anything more than a play-in game fashion to then have to scratch and claw to play one of the better teams in the East at that point. Like, the positioning of all this does matter. There's a reason why last year in the first round we didn't have to sweat about them getting knocked out because you took on a Heat team that was lucky to even be in the playoffs to begin with. Like, these things do matter. The regular season and positioning does matter to a degree, and it does matter for this team.
So while we're talking about, the regular season, how it translates into where you're seated, Vincent Goodwill of ESPN, our senior NBA writer for ESPN, put out a list of 5 players who could impact the stretch run in the Eastern Conference. And there's a lot like Jason Tatum makes a lot of sense coming off the Achilles injury. He says Mikal Bridges with the Knicks. He goes to Desmond Bane, who's been pretty darn good in Orlando. And then he mentions Evan Mobley. And that in and of itself, I don't think is like a big deal. It makes sense. Evan is one of those 5 guys who I don't think has been what you need him to be, but has the opportunity to be better. It was the quotes that came out. And I think if these happened 2 years ago, I probably don't get a feeling in the pit of my stomach here. But I did. So the first one, it was defensively, he might be the best player in the league. A Western Conference assistant GM told ESPN there hasn't been an elite big who didn't have a guard to get him the ball in order to be dominant. He doesn't have to be Tim Duncan. Why can't he be Pau Gasol what Pau Gasol was? Then a West GM said, he has the skill set and IQ. Can he assert himself and the team conscientiously feature him more? Consciously. That's where we're going.
There we go.
And then another assistant coach said, he's a good piece, just not dominant. I'm not sure he has it. You and I have talked about this off and on, as everybody has here. I don't know what flipped the switch. And it wasn't the Warriors game. I think it's just been watching Evan these first 25 games. It's getting harder and harder not to just say, I don't think he has it. I think he's got a lot of things that are going to make him a very valuable player in the NBA for a very long time. Potentially a number 2 or number 3 on a championship level team.
Yeah.
I just, like, at this point, it's impossible for me to see. I don't have enough evidence of enough growth to say he can be the best player in a championship team.
Yeah, I mean, calling him Slim Duncan, and then even like the Kevin Garnett comps that he used to get back in year 2, year 3, like those feel a little foolish at the current moment.
Yeah, I mean, even just, when we had Fedor on last week, he kind of compared him to Alfred.
Yeah, Alfred.
Not even Robin.
Yeah.
At the time, I really kind of like scoffed at that because it's like, oh, he's so young, he's so this. It's like 24 in the NBA isn't young. And there is something.
He's been in the league a lot longer than people realize.
Well, and there is something to be said, like, there takes a specific mentality and focus that you need to have. And I hate the word confidence because that makes Evan seem like he's a scared child. I don't think it's that. I just think it's discomfort. Or rather, it's a lack of confidence to say, I'm the guy, I'm that guy, and everything has to go through me. And I don't think it's easy. I don't think it makes it any easier that Donovan's a guy who just naturally has that thing.
Yeah, what's interesting is the entire time he's kind of been playing off of the Giannis timeline, right? That it's the one that everyone has kind of just matched up with him because Giannis was a little bit late to the party when it came to just massive production. But then when it got going, And year 24, age 24 is the first year that Giannis won league MVP. And then age 25, he won his second league MVP. And it was like, then he was off to the races. And I think a lot of Cavs fans just kind of thought that the Giannis timeline would be Evan's timeline, and it's just not there.
Well, and I thought because a lot of people did the year 3 thing, right? In the NBA, typically year 3 is when you see that jump for players. And I thought it was a little foolish when people overreacted to him not suddenly transforming into young Giannis or young Duncan or young Pau Gasol, whatever. I think we're just at a point where we've blown past so many, and they are all artificial. But they're based off of previous precedents of NBA players, and when they hit that fast track to stardom, he's blown through so many of those that at some point you just have to throw up your hands, and it's like, well, you've got a developmental head coach. You didn't with JB Bickerstaff, right? You've got Donovan on your side. You've got guys around you saying the things. And listen, it could be different behind the scenes. The only thing they haven't done to maximize Evan is change the circumstance around him. And no matter whether that's Darius, Donovan, or Jarrett, each one of those things comes with excessive risks.
Well, I think that's why a lot of people are hesitant to really shoot off Evan Mobley takes. I think a lot of people are curious to find out what would happen if he wasn't matched up with Jarrett Allen the way that he is, and if the construct of the team did look different. And there's a part of me that wonders, how different would it look in a different setting? That's why I think for extended stretches of this year, in the fourth quarter, you notice Jarrett Allen wasn't on the court.
Yeah.
Like I think that was their way of trying to figure out, like, crunch time moments, what exactly is going to happen if it is just Evan out there and Jarrett Allen isn't the one out there as well.
There's still time. Just not as much time as maybe we were hoping for going into the regular season. 216-474-0092. ESPN listed Evan Mobley as one of 5 places who could impact the East race the most. The question here is, are you starting to run out of patience with Evan to become the superstar that maybe we thought he was going to be by this point or at all? Ashley Bastock, Cleveland.com, talks about Stefanski and Shedeur together going forward or going forward apart in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
p.m. to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
You can now watch The Fan live on YouTube. Catch The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 till 10 a.m. and Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. each and every weekday. It's free. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m. and Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and myself, Jonathan Peterlin, 2 to 7, live each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free to watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan, live and on demand now.
Ross Tucker coming up in about 40 minutes here. Jason Lloyd coming up at 5:20 today. We will get into all the many things Shedeur in the next 4 games. We will also get into Kevin Stefanski and whether he wants out of Cleveland, or I'm sorry, let's do it the BS Ivy League corporate way of speaking, whether he'd prefer a strategic change of scenery. With that being said, we're going to welcome on our next guest. She joins us every single Wednesday here at 3:20. She does great stuff for us, and then usually the segment falls apart because I'm immature. But we're going to welcome her on today. Ashley Bastock on the fan hotline here at Cleveland.com. Ashley, welcome to the show.
Thanks, guys. Nick, I have faith in you. You can hold this together, man. You can do it. For 15 minutes, you got it.
I think you should have faith in other things, just not me. Now, that being said, Have you heard what Todd McShay said on the Triple Option podcast?
Can you guys brief me on this quick? Because I've been, going through everything here in Berea today. So I've seen some Twitter rumblings, but haven't actually seen it myself.
So we want to play it for you, and then we want to get your reaction to the back end. Is that okay?
Yes, that's good.
All right, here's Todd McShay on the Triple Option podcast.
I don't think it's in Cleveland. And I say that because I'm not convinced that the coaching staff wanted to draft him. And you could kind of see that they blocked with everything they had him playing or even feeling like he was a player that they were developing. I never got that sense that they were putting the effort in this season with Shedeur even as a backup to get him prepared for the moment that arose with the injury to Dylan Gabriel. Now, obviously he played really well in the first start. The second start, he gets nicked up. And so we'll see how that goes the rest of the season. But honestly, my guess is depending on what, is it the same general manager, Andrew Berry? Is it the same head coach, Kevin Stefanski, next year? If it is, I think that he's playing now to get the attention of the other 31 organizations to try to get an opportunity, whether that's it would most likely have to be in a trade, or else he's going to have to ride out the remaining 3 years in his rookie deal.
So that is a lot, Ashley, but what stuck out to you and what is your reaction?
Well, I guess my first reaction would be about the development of Shedeur Sanders, because, look, I think we can fairly sort of nitpick certain things the Browns have done, but I definitely don't think they didn't care or tried to develop him. I think it was the opposite. I think maybe they made some mistakes in their development. My biggest gripe with his development was the fact that he didn't get any first-team reps before the first week he was starting. So he went into that Ravens game without those first-team reps. And I understand the logic, right? They were saying, well, Dylan's a rookie, he needs those reps too. Well, if you want Shedeur Sanders, who is also a rookie, to be the guy as the backup, then he needs to have some experience with these guys in case he was thrown in there like he ultimately was. So I think that is an issue we can look at with his development and say, hey, they probably could have and should have handled this differently, and they didn't. But everyone that we talk to, always talks about how basically this whole season, Shedeur Sanders has been one of, if not the first person in the building, and he'll go in Kevin Stefanski's office and they'll go over the film. You would see Kevin Stefanski and Andrew Berry when they were two-spotting during training camp, things like that, over on that field helping him. So I certainly don't think the Browns didn't care about his development and are trying to trade him away at this point. I mean, I definitely think they are continuing to audition him to see if he can be their guy next year, right? Because if he can, if they think there's a chance that, hey, we really like what we've seen from him, we want to continue moving forward, then maybe you don't have to use one of their first-round picks on a quarterback. And that's a break for a team that we know needs offensive line help, needs receivers, needs other positions, not just potentially a quarterback. So I definitely don't agree with that part of it. And I think they have been intentional in wanting to develop Shedeur Sanders, but I think where the argument can be had is, could they have done some things differently? And I think it's fair to say, yes, they could have.
I also think it would be fair to wonder whether, no matter how well Shedeur plays down the stretch, whether Kevin still has his reservations about him. And I think that's a sticky wicket. Like, I could see the Browns having to have the conversation of, if Shedeur's going to be our guy going forward, is Kevin Stefanski a fit with Shedeur in how we want to run an offense or how we want to run the team?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a fair question again, right? And those are all things I think that will get answered in the aftermath of this season, but it's something they're going to have to evaluate. And I think the wins and losses are going to play a factor in it. I think how he does is going to play a factor in it, meaning Shedeur. So we'll have to wait and see on all of that. Like, I don't think it means it absolutely cannot work and one of them has to go somewhere else or both of them have to go somewhere else. That to me is not the vibe I've gotten. And I also don't really think reality at this point. I think this football team right now really is curious to see what Shedeur Sanders is going to do over these final 4 weeks.
Do you think if asked and honestly could answer, Stefanski would say he'd want a fresh start somewhere else?
I don't know. I don't feel like my gut says no, right? I don't know. Like, Kevin Stefanski is just so unflappable about so many things. So that's kind of what my gut says. But look, I mean, you said it, JP, like, he's a hard guy to read. He doesn't give a lot. So who knows? The answer to that, I guess, is my real answer. Who knows? But my gut says he's just so unflappable about criticism. And I mean, gosh, this team has faced a lot of it, deservingly so, over the last 5 or 6 years. So it's nothing new to him, when people talk about this last week with the 2-point conversion calls and calling for his job. Like, this is not the first time that has happened. It won't be the last, I am sure. So I do think he is kind of able to brush off a lot of that noise.
Ashley, was Sunday a sign of things to come for the Browns defense or a one-off?
That's an interesting question because what concerns me with the run defense, and again, that was a season worst mark, 184 yards. It tied actually their season worst. They gave up that many yards on the ground to the Ravens in the second game this year. But it concerns me because this was the first game without Malik Collins, and you throw a guy out of that rotation, and I'm like, is that a sign of things to come with the run defense? And you look at who they play next, the Bears, who have the number 2 rushing offense in the NFL, and Ben Johnson, who's this offensive mastermind, as their head coach, and now has a ton of film of the Bears, of the Titans just winning on the edge this past week against them. And I saw a stat from Next Gen Stats yesterday that Tony Pollard, those 161 yards, 141 of them came outside of the tackles. So you do start to worry, like, hey, is there a blueprint? But it could also just be, hey, they'll get it right this week. It was a one-off. They know what the mistakes were, and now with those new guys thrown in there, they'll be able to rectify them. The other big signing today, they brought Mo Hurst back on the practice squad, and I've been saying all year, I think I've even said it on this show, that Malik Collins to me was always very similar to Mo Hurst in the way he played, just that Mo couldn't stay healthy here. But asking Mo Hurst to hold up for these final 4 games, like, I wouldn't be surprised if they try to get him ready to play in this game on Sunday. And if they're going to use him to try and help fill that hole Malik left, I think the Browns really did miss him, though, just having him in the middle and as that presence. And the thing with this defense is, in order to rush the passer the way they want to, they have to win on the ground first. So it's going to be really important they get some of those issues fixed and figure out how to take back control of the edge on that part of the game.
Ashley, I know we're trying to move forward and talk about the upcoming week, but I do want to ask you because you're in the locker room after these games. And Sunday, it was just so weird because Monday felt like a victory Monday in a weird sense, even though they lost to one of the worst teams in the NFL. But it felt like a win, and all week it's kind of felt like a win. And I think obviously that's got a lot to do with Shedeur, but what was the vibe in the locker room? What was the vibe around the players after that game? Was it just like defense was moping around because of what happened there, but the offense felt up, or was it collectively all one big sigh? Like what was that like?
I mean, yeah, I felt like the locker room was not that vibe, like a win in the locker room. I felt like the locker room cleared out fast. I mean, we've written this, but Quinshon Judkins refused to talk after Sunday, which, as we all know, is a big no-no, right? You can't do that. You can get fined. It's in their contracts. It's part of the CBA. So guys were doing things like that, leaving without talking. And that to me is shows the frustration, obviously. And when you have a 3-win team, not surprising it kind of takes that direction. But I mean, I do agree, JP. I feel like we were actually just talking about this in the media room today, this idea of Shedeur played well. And I think the Browns as a whole, kind of in the narrative surrounding that game, caught a huge break, because if Shedeur didn't play well, or if Dylan Gabriel had started that game and played poorly, the narrative would be totally different about you just lost to a 1-win Titans team. That's, I think, kind of getting, I don't know, we're looking at it less or talking about that part less, because at least nationally there's so much to talk about with Shedeur Sanders and how well he did, that it softened the blow, I think, for this team from a coverage standpoint that is making maybe this week a bit more palatable now. But I definitely think in the immediate aftermath of the game, you could still just sense the frustration about it not being good enough. And especially from the defensive guys, they haven't had a run defense breakdown like that in quite a while. So they definitely expected more in that one.
Ashley, what does Shedeur need to do to keep the momentum going?
I think the biggest thing for him is to avoid the big mistake. And he talked about that today, and his first couple times out there learning what he needs to do to avoid the sack, right? And now it's about avoiding the interceptions like that one he threw in the third quarter that allowed the Titans to retake the lead. So with any rookie quarterback, I think, any young quarterback, you're going to have these learning experiences. And I think he needs to continue to be himself and not play afraid. And I don't think he will. I don't think anything we've ever seen from Shedeur Sanders at this level or in college suggests he would go out there and play afraid to make that mistake. I think he still needs to look for those explosive opportunities. But in that situation, that 2nd and 20, look, you're looking for a spark. You want to be that spark, but you still have to be able to quickly differentiate when you just need to live to see another down or another drive, when you need to throw the ball away, versus trying to make the hero play. So I think that really is the biggest thing, and he just needs to keep looking downfield, because to me it's undeniable this offense has an explosiveness with him that it did not have earlier this year because of his ball placement. So that to me is the biggest key for him going forward.
Should Harold Fannin, should we get more Rookie of the Year love?
That's an interesting question. I'd have to see Harold's stats and how they stack up across the league. But, I just do continue to be impressed with him and how constant and reliable he's been. And look, I think really one of, or if not the only significant mistake I can think of him making was the mistake on the direct snap from a couple weeks ago, which you're asking a rookie tight end to do a lot in that situation. I'm not too crazy about it in the first place, but yeah, maybe he should be in that discussion a bit more, because he's had a really nice year, very reliable hands, very reliable on a lot of these explosive plays, and he has done that playing with all these different quarterbacks, right? 3 different quarterbacks as a rookie is no easy feat, and he's managed to pull it off. And I think back to when they drafted him and Andrew Berry calling him their queen on a chessboard, and I think he's lived up to that. So for that reason, yeah, I think without seeing his numbers directly in front of me, I think maybe he should be getting talked up a little bit more for that.
Ashley, I have a Taylor Swift opinion take that I need you to validate or invalidate. Are you ready?
I'm scared, but yeah, I'm ready.
So Front Office Sport had a write-up on how Taylor Swift has been less visible and more low-key at Chiefs games, hiding from the TV crew. I think Tay-Tay saw this stinker of a season coming from a mile away, and I think she's distancing herself from the Chiefs' failure while still supporting her man.
Ooh, I love a good conspiracy theory like this one. I could see it happening. Maybe she knew, and she was like, can't be associated with losing, but still is going to show up for Travis. I like this theory.
I mean, the life of a showgirl isn't to cover or to support a mid-football team. I'll say that right now.
Yeah, she only supports him when he wins, like a real wife.
You guys are nuts.
I did not say that one. That was him.
What? No, they'll be fine. They'll be fine.
Well, Ashley, thank you. It had to fall apart at some point. We'll appreciate you.
It did. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Ashley.
Right. Ashley Bastock, Cleveland.com. And I wasn't the one that made it fall apart today. Thank you.
You're welcome for that.
Yeah.
That's my
on the sword.
That's my Hanukkah gift to you.
Just like you will in prison. When we come back, we'll react to what Ashley had to say about the Browns in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
All day long. All day. All the time. At work.
923thefan.com and the Odyssey app.
Check it out.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
I think maybe they made some mistakes in their development. Like, my biggest gripe with his development was the fact that he didn't get any first-team reps before the first week he was starting. That is like an issue we can look at with his development and say, hey, they probably could have and should have handled this differently, and they didn't. I certainly don't think the Browns didn't care about his development and are trying to trade him away at this point. I mean, I definitely think they are continuing to audition him to see if he can be their guy next year.
Ashley Bastock, Cleveland.com, reacting to the Todd McShay sound that we started the show with, where we asked you guys, will the Browns have to decide between Shedeur Sanders and Kevin Stefanski? I really don't even know how that conversation goes. You kind of said maybe it goes to Shedeur. I kind of think it's more to Stefanski. Like, I think, listen, I think Andrew Berry had some level of buy-in on Shedeur. I think Jimmy Haslam had some level of buy-in with Shedeur. I think Kevin's been the odd man out. And so even as recently as until the guy went out there and threw for 300-plus yards and 4 touchdowns, I now think Kevin's big problem is he might feel shown up because he had to play Shedeur, and Shedeur looks better than Dylan Gabriel.
Yeah, it's embarrassing in a way to Kevin, I would imagine.
I think depending on how Shedeur plays down the stretch, I do think the big question that Berry and Haslam and anybody that is going to be involved in the decision on who's the head coach going forward is can you convince us that you're in the business of Shedeur Sanders because it took a lot for you to get there? It doesn't mean, by the way, you can't show it. It just means, like, I still don't completely buy Kevin's all the way there with Shedeur.
I don't either, and that's where I think Haslam and I think Berry, they have to really dissect and figure out, is there a real turning? But this is where we always go back to, is this the job Stefanski even wants at this point? You know, like he'll show it. If he really wants this job, he'll show it. If he wants the Giants job instead, then he'll probably look like he did on the sidelines this last week.
Or he'll have, reporters will magically continue to get this just inference, this feeling, this idea that Kevin might be, more open to another job.
Yeah, as if it came from the clouds.
I know it's his agent. I know Kevin's not texting people going, hey guys, can you just put my name out there in hopes the Mara family gives me. I know I'd be really shocked if that's the way it goes. It still doesn't sit right with me. Hey, you have a job. How about you fight for your job?
If you listen to certain corners of the internet, 3 weeks is all it took in order to get Shedeur Sanders just shipped into shape. Whatever phrase I wanted to say there. We said it funny. We definitely said it funny. I don't even really know what I'm going for, but I'm going for the idea that he got him into shape. He got him like everything he needed to be in a whopping 3-week stretch.
I actually think that'll be the funniest outcome.
That's the funniest thing in the world to me.
Well, I think the funniest outcome is somehow, the Browns go 0-4 down these next 4 games. Shedeur looks the way he did against Tennessee, though. It was just too late in the season. They're too injury prone. They're too this. They're too that. There's too much going on, right? And then part of the spin that the national media gives to get Kevin Stefanski the Giants job is, well, look how good Shedeur went.
Yeah, and so think about this. Just think about it. Can everyone just sound it out for themselves really quickly? Just do this in your head, okay? What is more likely? The guy that has had 13 other quarterbacks, and we've watched a lot of them have more than 3 weeks, and the light bulb never go on with the vast majority of them, all of a sudden, in a 3-week stretch with Shedeur, could magically fix every problem he's ever had, and all of a sudden the light bulb goes on, and he's the reason why? Or do you think maybe Shedeur was just always awesome at this, and it was always going to happen in spite of Stefanski? Like sound it out. Which do you think makes the most sense?
Can I be real? Really, can I really infuriate you and say it's somewhere in between?
No, it's not somewhere in between.
No,
it's going to infuriate me. No, it's not somewhere in between.
Kevin does.
If you could
Kevin
fix a quarterback,
is the offensive head coach of the NFL.
If you could fix a quarterback in 3 weeks, the way that some people are suggesting he fixed Shedeur, then he would have a job for life in any capacity, in any part of the head coaching world in the NFL. It's because it's not true.
I'm not saying he fixed him. I'm saying, is he a part of Shedeur's development now? I think the answer is yes.
It's going to get labeled that way. I think Shedeur is winning in spite of, or at least playing in spite of.
I think it would be impossible for Shedeur to play well without the head coach having the offensive head coach having some say in it.
Think about all these things, though. It's in 3 weeks. In 3 weeks, he turned everything around. Like, just think about how crazy that sounds. No, he didn't turn everything around. Shedeur always had it to begin with. Like, that's the reality of the situation. He didn't magically take Shedeur from some, he's a 5th-round pick, and he's this, and he's that, and he doesn't know how to hold a football, all this nonsense, to then being like, you're great at football in 3 weeks? Like, if Stefanski could actually pull that off, he would have done it with the 12 other quarterbacks we've seen him coach.
No, because Dylan Gabriel never had it.
He had enough different quarterbacks, though. That's the thing. He had enough different quarterbacks. Again, this is quarterback number 13.
You and I,
like if you had that magic skill, and that part of it concedes the idea Dylan Gabriel did not have it the entire time. It concedes the idea that's because Shedeur has it the entire time.
So
it always existed in there.
You and I are closer to this than you realize.
I know we are, because I know where you stand.
But the last 3 weeks, Kevin, and again, I don't know how much the credit is, but Shedeur, from week 1 against the Raiders to this last week, looked like a different quarterback in the pocket. Now, I'm willing to say how much of that is just him getting comfortable. I think that's really fair. Mm-hmm. But I do want... Oh, you are ready. You are primed and ready. Mm-hmm. But I do
aggressively agreeing with your takes. Mm-hmm.
Go on. But I do think it's like I would imagine Kevin, who the one thing he's good at is coaching a quarterback in the pocket. If you get that quarterback off schedule, he can't help them. His only thing will be go back to being in the pocket. Like,
no, I don't want this. The quarterback whisperer thing died years ago with Stefanski. Okay?
I don't even think he's a quarterback shouter.
It's going to start being a thing again, and it's really irritating me because, again, if he could have done this, if all it takes is 3 weeks, get that Stefanski magic touch, all it takes is 3 weeks, then we would have seen it at some point in 6 years with other quarterbacks.
I'm simply asking
we would have seen it somewhere.
To give him a modicum.
Use our logic.
I'm asking you to give him a modicum.
I don't even want to. It makes me so angry. I think yesterday I was like, I'll give you a pinch. Maybe a pinch is the best I could do in this.
Yeah, it's a modicum.
But I don't even know. Yeah, I don't even know that I can do that right now because I'm so irritated at the idea that people want it to be like as much credit as Shedeur is getting. They want to give it to Stefanski, but
that's how the NFL works.
No, but think logically for a second. Like just for a second, what sense does it make that in 3 weeks Stefanski could work some sort of magic and have Shedeur from a 5th-round pick to being the version that you saw on Sunday? It doesn't. That's not logical because it's not true. Shedeur was always this good. He was always going to be this good, and it would have been the same if it was Stefanski or if it was you out there coaching him.
I don't think I would have. I haven't led.
Coach Riz could have been out there working on his footwork and been able to get him from the spot he was 3 weeks ago to where he is right now, and I feel pretty confident in saying that.
I have not led a team of 6th graders in Streetsboro to any sort of success.
Haven't 4 levels of football offered you jobs though?
No. I think
it's been 4 levels of football have offered you jobs?
No, I'm in on all the coaching searches. They call me, and then I'm the kingmaker.
Do you want to throw your hat in the ring for the Ignatius job as well, or no? Are we just gonna
no?
Okay.
I would like to throw in
maybe
for Italian Man of the Year, though. I think that would be.
Well, I already told you. I got the handle on that.
Line.
Well, the 5% Italian that 23andMe says I am.
Until it turns out I'm 6% Italian. But I think the point is
the contest is just the percentage of Italian.
In response to everyone, and when I say everyone, I'm talking about the NFL.
It sounds insane.
In response to the NFL media machine being all the credit goes to Stefanski, I think you're just doing the opposite of it.
No, I mean, hell of a job he's done in the half hour or whatever it is that he gets to work with him on a day-to-day basis.
All we hear from anybody in the locker room is how much they spend time together.
Hell of a job
Shedeur
he's doing.
said it himself.
If he could do this and actually legitimately turn what everyone believed the skill set was of Shedeur into what he did on Sunday, then Stefanski should have a job for the rest of his life.
Shedeur said it himself.
I don't think he has it.
Shedeur said it himself that he and Stefanski have spent a lot of time together over the last 3 weeks.
Okay.
And that
you would spend a lot of time together with the head coach of a football team. Well, it doesn't mean that this wasn't always going to happen.
Okay. No, fair. You and I both agreed that Shedeur wasn't a 5th-round pick and that was always a very insulting way to address him. But I think it goes back to, again, that spoonful of credit that Kevin might deserve. You're not even willing to offer that.
I said a pinch. We said a pinch.
That's more than a pinch right there. That looks like an inch.
Depends who you ask. And even within that, I begrudgingly offer that up because I really do think if they had fired Stefanski and just made Tommy Rees the head coach, do I think the same result happens on Sunday? Yes, I do. And I think you do too.
No, I don't. Actually, no, I really like Tommy Rees, but I think both of those guys deserve, and again, I'll say the word, a modicum of credit. Shedeur gets a lot of it. The fact, and by the way, the NFL in general deserves a lot of credit for being so incredibly wrong about Shedeur and talking about him like he was the 6th, 7th round talent and not Dylan Gabriel. But the point is, like, Shedeur has grown leaps and bounds. I think some of the stuff he's got is natural. Some of the stuff he has is just innate. You can't coach it. But do I think that for him to make the jump he's made from week 1 to week 3, do I think some of that has to be on just by logic? You can't do it all by yourself in the NFL. You can't just fall back on talent. At some point, some little bit of coaching helped you to get to where you were, where you're dominating any NFL defense, even the Titans.
I think he's doing it in spite of Stefanski, and I think Tommy Rees would have the same exact results if he was the head coach.
Ross Tucker, Odyssey NFL Insider, will talk. How much credit does Kevin Stefanski get for Shedeur's success?
Oh, I'm excited for that answer. Excited for that one.
I literally tease that just to kind of get into your skin.
People are lined up. They're lined up to give him more credit than even Shedeur is going to get.
In 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Kevin Stefanski has named Shedeur Sanders the starter for the rest of the season.
He has constantly and consistently gotten better in each one of these games. He's very intentional about getting better each and every game he's out there.
What about 2026? We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
Hot damn. Like, oh my God, look at that. Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. We got Jason Lloyd coming up at 5:20 today. We're going to talk about Shedeur Sanders. We're going to talk about Kevin Stefanski. We got 4 games to go. We'll see if the Browns can turn 3-win Wilson into maybe 5-win Wilson. We'll kind of see how that goes. But it is time. It is that time of the week where we talk to Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker on the Fan Hotline. Insider calls brought to you by Nationwide for your insurance and financial needs. Nationwide is on your side. Ross, welcome to the show, buddy.
What up? How are you guys?
Doing all right here. We're actually having a little bit of a show quarrel here. So we'll start with you. How much credit does Kevin Stefanski deserve for Shedeur's play over the last 3 weeks?
I mean, all of it. To quote him, I think he deserves all of the blame for them, ultimately, for them losing that game and for the way they perform and the play call and however he talks to the media about it. In the same light that he's going to get all of the blame for all the bad things, let's give him all the credit for the positive things. I mean, if you're really going to look at it step by step, I think you could parse it out. I don't think he made that call in the 2-point play. I think that was Tommy, and, he's going to always take responsibility. He's not going to throw Tommy into the bus. But I think he certainly deserves a decent amount of the credit for Shedeur's improvement, which, by the way, I feel like you guys have a fascinating situation going because on the one hand, it's like the Browns should not have lost to the Jets or the Titans. And if they let go of Kevin, those would be major reasons why. On the other hand, they lose to a really bad team at home on Sunday, but you have your quarterback play his best game. And so if Shedeur continues to play really well this last month, I don't know. Do you want to move on from the coaching staff that's getting him to play really well? It's a fascinating dynamic in Cleveland right now.
Ross, this was the worst answer imaginable.
I actually thought it was a great answer,
was the
Ross.
Worst answer
Don't you worry about me, buddy boy, because I'm on your side.
He gets all the
like
credit.
Nationwide.
Shedeur gets 0 credit, and Stefanski gets all the credit. You don't believe that?
Wait. I didn't know you were saying compared to Shedeur.
I was not.
So you guys are trying. So now what you want me to do is you want me to slice up the credit pie between the head coach. Who else is eating the pie? The head coach, the quarterback. Do I need to get the quarterback coach in there? Do I need to get Tommy Reese?
You can throw whoever you want in there. Right now, my pie looks like it's 100% Shedeur, and then no one else gets to actually eat. That's how my pie currently looks. I tried giving a pinch to Stefanski, but it got to be a little bit too much.
So that's asinine. Then let me go to Nick. Nick, what does your pie look like?
I give about 75% to Shedeur. Probably, let's see, who do you think actually brought him here? That guy gets 20%, and then the coaching staff gets 5%.
Actually, that's a good pie too.
I know, that's my pie. You had your pie.
Yeah, it's a good pie. It's more generous than my pie, but it's a good pie.
Ross, would you eat some of my generous pie?
You guys are having a show quarrel over whether the coaching staff deserves 0% or 5%.
It's not a show quarrel. It's more the idea I'm getting already agitated that people are talking as if Kevin Stefanski's worked his magic and has made Shedeur Sanders awesome in 3 weeks of time, when the reality for me is that Shedeur is the reason why Shedeur is playing good football right now.
Well, first of all, he's not awesome. Okay? I mean, he had a good game. He deserves credit for that. He's still holding the ball too long. The interception was bad, but you asked me 2 weeks ago, what do we need to see? And I felt like we needed to see continued growth. I'm not sure that that's what we saw from the Raiders game to the Niners game. I actually thought he took a little bit of a step back in that one. I do think that this was clear growth. He just has a really nice, natural feel for the game. And when you see that, it's enticing. It's exciting. I love that they named him the starter for the rest of the season. I want to see what he does these next 4 games because it's so funny. Sometimes the teams that are bad, like the Browns, are more interesting than the teams that are good. Because what are the plausible scenarios right now for the Browns and Shedeur? On the one hand, if he lights it up over the next month, lights it up, kind of like he did against the Titans, then you probably go into next year with him as the starter. Maybe you have a veteran to compete, whatever. If he plays pretty good, but not exactly lighting it up, and they have an opportunity to get Mendoza, and they think Mendoza's like the guy, they really believe in Mendoza, Shedeur has really become an asset in that scenario. Meaning, let's say they have the number 1 pick or top 5 pick, and they really are convicted about Mendoza, and they think he's the guy, and they go up and get him. They would be able to flip Shedeur. And it depends on how he plays over the last 4 games, but they would be able to flip Shedeur for, I don't know, 2nd, 3rd round pick. So that would have been a really nice transaction by Andrew Berry. That is in door number 2, where they decide, hey, Shedeur's done a nice job, but we don't think he'll ever be a top 10 guy, and we think Mendoza will be. Then there's a scenario, obviously, where he plays bad and starts to perform poorly or whatever. But it just, like, the next month, even though the Browns are out of it and they're not good and all that stuff, there's just so many. The Stefanski stuff is fascinating. The Shedeur value moving forward and how they utilize him in the offseason, how they view him. It's just there's a lot of very interesting Browns, really off-the-field topics right now.
JP, what do you think about door number 2 there?
Yeah. Did Nick tell you all the things to rage bait me during this interview? Is that what he did? Is that how this went? Did you guys have a pre-show meeting?
Jonathan, you are 100% like on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being Shedeur stinks, 10 being he's the greatest of all time, he's the future, he's the truth. Are you like an 11?
Well, we still got to see him play the rest of the season, obviously. But it's like the idea that you'd flip him for an asset, though, if he does play as well as he did on Sunday, if he plays that way for the next 4 weeks, and then, like, what does a 3rd or 4th round pick really do for you? Even if, like, I get it. I get what you're saying. If you love Mendoza or you love Dante Moore, you go out and you get those guys and you don't let Shedeur get in your way from that perspective. But you could also then do what the Patriots did, where you have, a different quarterback not named Drake May start out the season, his rookie season that is, and then you wait until the quarterback is ready, and in the meanwhile, you can see a little bit more of what Shedeur does, or at least have a backup quarterback that can have you competitive in games at a cheap cost. And right now the Browns need cheap quarterback assets is what we need. And so if your starting quarterback and your backup quarterback were costing you basically next to nothing, I would go with that over a 3rd round pick.
Well, that's a very interesting conversation, and there's a lot of truth to that, because having a backup quarterback that you feel good about that's making the 2nd year minimum, there's a lot of value there, because highly paid, really competent backup quarterbacks, they can make $5-6 million bucks, and so you'd be saving a lot of money in that regard. I think, to your point, though, if he lights it up over the next month, that's door 1. That's door 1 where he'd be the starter next year, and perhaps they'd bring in some type of veteran insurance. But I think he'd be the starter because you'd have to be so excited about what it would look like with a full offseason. The guy has only been getting starter reps for 3 weeks. So you'd have to be really excited about what it could look like with a full offseason, getting all the number 1 reps, he said that when we met with him, because I said to him, I said, how nice is it to be able to actually throw the ball to Jerry Jeudy and Tillman and those guys this week? He said, it was nice, but it's not like it's not like what it would be like if you had a full off season. He's like, and he said he was battling both the Raiders and time on task. I think I told you guys this. He said 3 or 4 things in that production meeting that really were endearing to me. Number one, being that he felt like it was back to normal. And when I asked him about that, he said, all the pressure being on me, everyone looking at me to be the one that leads us to victory, all of that responsibility. He wanted it. Number 2, I thought he had a really nice approach about, hey, it's nice to get the reps with the ones, but it's just 1 week. We're not going to fix everything in 1 week. And then the last thing, and I told you guys this probably last week or the week before, was just when I had told him I had heard that he was taking the iPad everywhere, even while he was eating. He said, I don't have a choice. This is my chance. I got to make the most of it. And I just love when someone realizes that opportunities in life in general, but in particular in the NFL, they're never going to be perfect. And he realized if he didn't play well in that Raiders game, that might be his only start. He knew that. Mm-hmm. And so it was like he was cramming for a test. So he said when we mentioned the throwing to the starters, he's like, man, can you even imagine what it would be like if I got the whole off season and got a whole lot of time with these guys, which I would say would be very, very encouraging that he had a game like he did, even though it's only 3 weeks now of getting those reps. But that's why there's still 4 more games, and let's go. I mean, it's going to be freezing in Chicago. The Bears have a zillion interceptions this year. What he really needs to do is continue to show progress and not have, 2 or 3 games where he really lays an egg, down the stretch here.
All right, Ross, we had Albert Breer on yesterday, and we had kind of asked him about this idea that maybe this thing's run its course, not just for the Browns, but from the Kevin Stefanski side. And he had kind of suggested, maybe Kevin would be open to a change of scenery. So if Kevin goes to the Browns at the end of the season and says maybe he'd like a change of scenery, how do you handle that if you're the Cleveland Browns?
So now we've gone from like the month in a row where you guys wanted me to fire him for you guys to now you think you're going to trade him?
I didn't say that. I asked you a question, Ross.
Neither one of us think that that's happening.
You know what's interesting? I'm not enamored at all by the guys whose names are out there. Well, let me take a step back. I'm not overly enamored when I read these lists of head coaching candidates this offseason. In other words, there's no one like where I'm like, oh man, he'd be awesome, like Vrabel, like we know he's good. Or there's no one that is like Ben Johnson, where it's a very obvious that this guy is elite at what he does, at least as an offensive play caller. And now look where the Patriots and the Bears are. There's no, to my knowledge, Sean Payton. Like when they talk about the Giants, they're talking about Mike McCarthy. They'll say Marcus Freeman. I guess I hadn't really thought of this until you guys mentioned it. I would think Kevin would be pretty highly sought after. If there were 5 open jobs and the Browns let go of Kevin, I would think he would get interviewed for a bunch of those jobs and have a really, really good chance to get one.
Sounds like a first rounder to me.
Which makes me wonder, if he would, is there a chance he would say that to the organization? And then B, is there a chance that they could trade him? I hadn't really thought of that until you guys just brought it up. I think it's probably hard to trade for a coach after back-to-back, whatever it would be, like 4-win seasons. It's so funny because so much of how these guys go about it, the owners, I don't care what they say, it's selling it to the fan base. Because part of the reason why you make a move at coach is because you're trying to sell hope. And they could try to sell the crap out of the 2-time Coach of the Year thing, but there would still be a bunch of fans that would say the guy just won 4 games 2 years in a row and not be excited about it, which, by the way, is one of the reasons why a lot of times they hire first-time coaches, because it's the unknown. The same reason why they hire first-time GMs, because GMs almost never get a second chance because there's proof of any bad move they made. Whereas when they interview these assistant GMs, they interview these other guys, those guys just say, "Oh yeah, that move, that was me. That good move, that was me. I had nothing to do with that. That was the head guy. I couldn't do anything about it." So you're almost sometimes better off having a clean track record than any sign of negativity whatsoever.
Ironically, though, Ross, that's the defense of Kevin Stefanski, is he's been the head coach of one of 32 NFL teams, and no one, when it comes to assessing Kevin Stefanski, attributes any of the things that have gone wrong with the Browns with Kevin Stefanski, because he doesn't have enough power.
Well, I don't think that that's fair. I think, you guys know, I think Kevin's an outstanding coach. The Jets game, a lot of that's coaching. I mean, you can't lose to the Jets, and how is Breece Hall? And I know Kevin's not necessarily in control of the defense, and Schwartz is, for the most part, done a nice job, and he's not in control of the special teams, but he's the head coach. And they lost to the Jets, which they should not have lost because of special teams, primarily. But there were some offensive issues in that game, too. And then the Titans game, I have no idea how that happened. I have no idea how they let Tony Pollard run all over them. Although I'm curious from a Browns fan perspective, okay? Has anybody argued that Sunday was almost best case scenario in the sense that Shedeur played really well, but they didn't win, so they didn't adversely affect their draft standing?
Yeah,
half of Twitter.
It's been a lot of people. Nick gets angry about it.
He pointed that out. You're trying to get him to rage bait me now.
Well, and I'm just saying that's the truth. It gets you agitated.
Ross, we actually got a buggy buddy. Thank you.
Later, dudes.
Later, dudes. That was Odyssey NFL Insider. We're out of time. I can't deal with it. That was Odyssey NFL Insider. Ross Tucker. Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. We'll react to what Ross had to say and what's best for Shedeur in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
It is going to be a cold one in Chicago this weekend, as the wind chills are expected to be as low as -20 on Sunday when the Browns face the Bears. Earlier today, head coach Kevin Stefanski addressed the potential weather issues for this weekend.
Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
2020 Sports by Scheiben Jewelers. Visit Scheiben Jewelers for holiday gifts, Swiss watch bands, world-leading jewelry designers, and Scheiben Jewelers handcrafted pieces. Shop Scheiben Jewelers in Strongsville or ScheibenJewelers.com.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Get the latest from Browns practice throughout the week right now on our YouTube channel. Daryl Ryder recapping each and every practice and game while featuring the best highlights from coaches and players during media availability as well as on-the-field action. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan channel on YouTube now to get all the latest from Daryl Ryder on the Browns all throughout the football season.
Back on Afternoon Drive, we do have Jason Lloyd coming up in 60 minutes' time. We'll talk with him about the next 4 games for Shedeur, the situation with Stefanski and Barry going forward. Ross Tucker, Odyssey NFL Insider. I really enjoyed the back and forth of the two of you. I thought you guys did a great job.
I liked his counterpoint. His door one was Ross was very reasonable, and door one I liked. Door two I didn't like. That's the reality.
I think you hated door two.
Well, I didn't like door two.
I will tell you, I enjoyed watching you and react. One half of the equation.
Yeah.
Loved watching the YouTube channel. Just get into it as well.
I did notice when he finally got a spot where you got agitated, then it was, Ross, time to go.
It was 4:21. I would have loved to extend the conversation, but
out of time.
I mean, I can't go off format here. All right.
Yeah.
I mean, we're a responsible show. #1 ratings. What? Just trying to make sure we, keep everything running as it should.
All right, nice job on that one then.
Yeah, resets.
Yeah.
Ins, outs.
Very important.
Yeah, the programmer's dream is what I believe we've been called before.
I do love the idea, though, that the biggest compliment that he could give Shedeur, and he gave he said a lot of really nice things about Shedeur, obviously he did, but he was like, we debated how much of the credit goes to Shedeur versus how much goes to Stefanski, all these type of things, and he's like, he's got a great feel for the game. All right, well, coaches don't teach a feel for the game. That's something that's innate. That's something that is there with Shedeur and has been his entire time. So, at least you can acknowledge what you have been the most impressed by. I'm happy he didn't say something like, well, his footwork has really improved from week to week or something like that. He went for something that is a little bit more like, yes, it's clear and obvious. His feel for the game is great. It always has been great. Here we are.
I do think that's the subtle difference, and what I think is really. Saban always says, athletic intelligence, right? Where he would look for guys, and usually you see it in players that play multiple sports where they're leaning where the play is going to go, just instinctively.
Yes.
It's funny because we've watched a lot of quarterbacks, and a lot of quarterbacks who are really smart quarterbacks, but maybe guys who understand it in a very.
You're describing Dylan Gabriel right now.
I really am, and I'm trying to
I can
not.
Tell you're trying not to.
I'm trying not to describe, but a very educational understanding, a very, textbook understanding of it. But then when you watch them play, you're like, does this guy have a feel for it? And I think that's what was, one thing that I can say. We've talked so much about what the Browns got wrong in all of this. Part of the thing that I think it's really interesting is the Browns were so in love with the supercomputer of Dylan. And when we saw him in camp, and I don't think I could put the words in it that I can now, having watched Shedeur, but when Dylan, it's like I'm watching somebody play football. And it's almost like an experiential thing with Shedeur. And the guys that I can compare that to is a guy like Baker, where it's just there's something about that guy that there's call it the it factor, call it whatever. There's just another level of understanding of how the game goes and how to play within and without of structure.
There's a reason why Mahomes wasn't the top quarterback taken in his class, and there's a reason why he went 10th overall. And a lot of that, what you're describing, I'm not saying Shedeur's Mahomes. Please don't take that out of this. What I am saying, though, is that some of the properties that you're discussing, though, just the ability to just play football. And I know it's very hard. I think it's very hard for a lot of the scouting people that do this as well to analyze and figure out, this guy, he's got the feel for the game that Ross is describing. I don't know why. I feel like that just gets missed in the scouting community, and there's certain boxes they need checked off in a certain way that doesn't necessarily translate to what we see some of the top quarterbacks do.
And I actually think it's way more rare than we realize. And again, it is, because it's an intangible, you can't put you can't really put a box to check, so to speak. Like for instance, like the way we've tried. Like the best thing you can say since Tom Brady became a quarterback is he's great at processing. And by the way, that was something that was on Baker coming out of Oklahoma. And if you remember, the processing for him took a while to get there in the NFL. But I do think it's something we haven't heard talked. I know the it factor's talked about a lot, but just athletic intelligence, just football intelligence, just natural something. I love that word, innate, and it's fun to watch. I will say that. But like you mentioned Mahomes, I was trying to think of another guy that I watch, and I go, Joe Burrow definitely has it
for sure.
That would be another guy. And the big thing is, it tends to happen from guys' dads who are, whether you're a second-generation NFL player or maybe your dad just played at a high level.
I mean, this is what they say about Drake May, right? Like, you love coaches' kids, ultimately, is I think what you're getting at there, but that's one of the things they love about Drake May. Like, Drake May had this understanding really from day one, and it's some of the things you can do. Again, it's the feel for the game. It's just being around it your whole entire life and understanding how the game is played. There's certain moments you're not even thinking, you're just doing what you know that naturally comes to you.
And that's why, like, to me, the thing that Shedeur has that is easy to weed out is the interception that he made, where it was an interception of desperation. He was feeling the pinch of the game, and he just chucked the ball up.
He said it today. I think this is where, when you do have bad Shedeur games, I feel like this is where it compounds on itself. Because he said today, he's like, I was going for a spark. I wanted a spark to happen. I made a bad decision, but like ultimately, I thought if I got a spark there, we could turn around and we can win the game. I love that mindset, by the way. But like that's where you get bad Shedeur games or bad stretches of games with Shedeur at least bad quarters of games with Shedeur is when he tries to go for that spark and then misses, and then it's just like, all right, you're digging yourself out of it the entire time.
But you can coach that.
You can do that.
You can coach that out of a guy.
I'll take that all day, every day.
You can't coach athletic, football intelligence, whatever you want to call it, into a player. Mm-hmm. And I think that's another asset of, again, I don't want to compare Shedeur to Dylan because it's unfair, especially at this point. I'm not going to keep knocking the little fella, but I do think there's a part where it's like, if Dylan had that thing that we're talking about,
right,
plus all the other stuff he allegedly has, I think he's still the starting quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this, we've had these discussions within radio before, the idea that certain shows you go on, or, I used to fill in certain shows or whatever, and after the show, you'd have like these like intense breakdowns, and it'd be like, so why did you do this here? And why did you discuss that there? And it's like, well, we have a roadmap for this, but ultimately your natural instincts is what has to take you.
Yeah.
Like you've been doing something long enough, like your natural instincts have to take you to, I felt in the moment this was the right thing to say. I felt in the moment this is the right direction to go. And then you go with it, and you can't really look back. And I think the people that are the most successful, their natural instincts just work better than others. And I feel like with Shedeur, he just has that. He's got that natural instinct that just works. It works really well. His natural thought process is just really strong.
216-474-0092. What were your takeaways from the Ross Tucker interview? The YouTube chat has some things to say about that. But
what was that?
I can't remember now. I do not recall. Mike Tomlin talked about being on the hot seat. You're going to hear that next on 92.3 The Fan. Hey guys, Nick Wilson here for my friends at FanDuel. FanDuel's the #1 sports book for same-game parlays.
800-830-4914. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with, call Big Lou at 800-830-4914 or biglou.com. That's 800-830-4914 or biglou.com.
This is the only place to hear from Shador immediately after the game. The official Cleveland Browns postgame show, only on 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive. You heard it in Meredith Kane's 2020 there. I would consider this, I would file this under shocking news. Sharon Moore has been fired by Michigan after 2 years as the Michigan head coach, succeeding Jim Harbaugh after the national championship. Well, we have a little bit more on this already, as the statement from Michigan is that they say that UM head coach Sharon Moore has been terminated with cause, effective immediately following a university investigation. Credible evidence was found that Coach Moore engaged in an inappropriate relationship with a staff member. I believe this falls under the category of holy crap.
Yeah, I mean... Jeez. All right, so we got to wait until we get more information, right? Because we really don't have... But what we do know is he's not going to be the Michigan head coach.
Yep.
It's just, what relationship was this? Why was this problematic enough for the university?
And was it an excuse?
And, well, that's okay. So, I mean, that is a part of it as well, I guess. If they're looking for a way out, this could have been their way out for sure. Yeah. That is a layer to this. But we got to find out what the transgression actually was now.
Yeah. I mean,
before I just throw things out there, I got to actually find out what this is.
I mean, I just think this is... Okay, so this is the worst case scenario for Michigan in a lot of ways. It's a good job. They're going to have a pool candidate of good coaches, I'm sure. But the reason why it's the worst case scenario is now this will be your third head coach in 3 years, and you're not in the position you were when Harbaugh left, right? Like, there was some momentum when Harbaugh left, and now you've had back-to-back years where I don't want to say they've taken a step back, but they aren't on the mountaintop they were when Harbaugh left.
It was a pretty good season overall, though. I mean, what they finish 9-3? They were ranked 15, I think, when they played Ohio State. Like with a true freshman quarterback in Underwood. I think the ideal is that you just continue to grow with him. Like I'm not going to try to say Moore was awesome, because I don't think that's true. And I think even the win last year against Ohio State was more based off of what Harbaugh had and some of the leftovers attached to that. But he was doing a fine enough job to keep the job. I got to find out what this is.
To me, 2 years in, and this is way early, I will say that. To me, I was starting to get Brady Hoke vibes. Like, good coach. There's nothing wrong with that dude, but maybe not a great coach.
Yeah, very fair. And again, maybe it just would have seen maybe just there was an expiration date on it and it just was what it was, and we were always going to get there. I know, I'm interested to find out. Was this them trying to find something, or is there actually something to this where everyone at the end of it looks back and says, "Oh boy, yeah, you can't do that one." Yeah, that's a big mistake. I almost said Mel Tucker. That's a big mistake, Moore. That's a big mistake.
By the way, Biff Poggi, the former Charlotte head coach, and I'll say all-around football guy, he is the interim head coach. I think so. Once you get past the shock of this, I know that they're going to be able to have a fair amount of coaches. I do wonder. You think Matt Campbell now is going to maybe wish he would have waited 7 days? I'd rather have the Michigan job than the Penn State job.
I would too. The resources are obviously they're great at both. Penn State was just flaunting around the amount of money that they have. You'd much rather have the Michigan job than the Penn State job, though.
I'm just trying to think, though, like, because I always think, and same thing with Ohio State, I think of who are the Michigan men out there. And, like, Mike McDonald was the old DC. He's the head coach in Seattle. He's not leaving for college. Maybe John Harbaugh's son, who's the special teams coach in Seattle. I'm trying to, start to think of the other guys who are part of the Harbaugh coaching tree just alone. Hadn't really put a lot of guys out into the college football ether.
Urban Meyer. Come on down.
Well, no, you can't.
He tried going for the Penn State job. Maybe Michigan's like, let's do this.
Well, yeah, but they just fired a coach for an inappropriate relationship. Oh, okay. Hiring Urban at this point might be a little too on the nose.
You saw what Michigan State just did and bringing Pat Fitzgerald in.
That's fair. Oh, by the way, the flip-flopping from the Spartan faithful of That wasn't him.
Yeah, let me teach you what a car wash is in Pat Fitzgerald's world, and you tell me what you think is all right.
Mac?
Not a Michigan man, but Tommy Rees interviewed for the Penn State job. Do you think he gets interest from Michigan?
Good question, Mac.
I think that's,
We'll find out if his loyalty really is with the Browns after that big impassioned statement to Mary Kay about how, I did the interview with Penn State, but, I'm here. I want to be here. This is where I want to be. I'm now focused on the Browns. And then if he turns around and interviews with Michigan a week later.
I'll just tell Michigan this.
I mean, come on.
I got the coach for you. Ivy League educated. All right?
Ross Tucker.
Jawline like you wouldn't believe. Salt and pepper. Everyone's going to love him. 2-time coach of the year. Took a moribund program to the playoffs once. Got a win in the playoffs, which Sharon Moore doesn't have at this point. Kevin Stefanski, Michigan head coach.
I think Michigan won the Relic Quest Bowl last year, so you take your playoff wins and you apologize to Moore instantly.
The Relic Quest? No. Yeah. That's a bowl game, not a playoff game.
That's what they consider you consider that a postseason game, is it not?
Yeah, but it's not a playoff game. It's a postseason game.
And Stefanski coached the playoff game in his basement, so what are we really doing here?
You just did the 6-7.
What are we really doing?
Oh my
we got
God.
asterisks next to all of these things.
Mac, go get Keith. I want to know who he wants here. Keith is the Michigan man on the station, the big Michigan fan. I can't come up with a name.
He's got to have a name off the top of his head.
You want Lance Leipold?
I think you're going to say Lance Reisland.
Hey, I'd back Coach.
Get Coach to Michigan.
Where's Medium? There he goes.
Where's Medium?
Yeah, I know.
You only say that when he's walking down the hall. Yeah. You don't say that when he's.
Yeah, no. It's a large. Of course it is. Very large.
It's a large.
Yeah, I believe
it doesn't have 3 X's in front of it, but it is a large.
I believe that you cut out the large tag and then sewed it into that.
Yes, I did.
I believe
sure.
it. Yeah,
that's what you pay for. That's why you pay the price for the T-shirts to do that.
You are very in the Michigan circles. One, are you surprised?
I am, although there were whispers about this a couple weeks ago that seemingly were shot down at the time. But there seemed to be some smoke in the background of did this really happen? And maybe somebody's just speaking and saying that it didn't happen just to get the attention away from it. But it is bad timing for them, obviously, for a number of reasons, because you mentioned the coaches are all poached already. But also, you just had a recruiting class, and you're about a month away from the portal opening. How many of those guys are exiting now with a new coach?
Yeah, I was going to ask you, though, because, again, we couldn't think of a name. I thought my thought was Matt Campbell. He went to Penn State.
The first name that comes to mind, you throw him $10-12 million a year, Jesse Minter.
That'd be a good hire.
He's from Ohio, recruited. He was their defensive coordinator, obviously, after Mike McDonald. He's with Harbaugh right now. Give him the head coaching job and say, here's your paycheck.
Only thing is, would he turn down potential NFL jobs to be a college head coach?
Yeah, and the other thing is, I think he kind of got out of the college game because I don't think he was huge on the recruiting aspect, which wouldn't obviously play well in today's NIL era, but maybe he has aspirations to be an NFL head coach.
Ben Axelrod is saying John Harbaugh.
Yeah, I don't think that's happening. I think that's a little bit of sarcasm behind that one.
Get it ready.
What about Papa Harbaugh?
I think we're past that point.
Why?
I think Pops is maybe a little bit old.
How old is he?
It's like 80.
He's got to be in his 80s.
83. Belichick's 73.
Yeah, we've seen how that worked out.
Octogenarians, man. Yeah. I'm done.
We'll just get.
We're not getting older with this stuff.
We'll get Papa Harbaugh, a 24-year-old girlfriend. It'll be fine.
He's 86.
That's the new.
By the way,
66.
This is never going to happen. But honestly, I know I just mentioned Jesse Minter. If I were Michigan right now, I'd say $15 million, Lane. Here you go.
Oh, that'd be the funniest.
That'd be really funny.
Oh my God,
that would be really
Actually,
funny.
would you have any interest in Brian Kelly?
No, not at all.
That's fair.
He doesn't. Brian Kelly wants to golf. He's done with coaching.
I don't think. I mean, Brian Kelly is underwhelmed at every place he's been.
Not at Notre Dame.
He kind of did. I mean, he got to the national championship game and got wiped off the floor.
Yeah, against Alabama. Alabama looked like 3 times the sizes of Notre Dame at that point, though.
I'm struggling.
I never forget that sideline view of in that national title game. It was like one looks massive, and the other is a Brian Kelly squad.
If you guys are just joining us, Sharon Moore has been fired with cause from the University of Michigan. Michigan's back, baby. The Lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
New Drive right here on the radio home of the Browns, 92.3 The Fan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
In a world of Lane Kiffins, be a Matt Campbell.
And what is loyalty in today's college football world? We delve into it. It's the Emerging Podcast Scene, brought to you by Extend Technologies, XTENDAV.com.
It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Jason Lloyd coming up in 20 minutes. Nick and JP back with you. Plenty going on in the sports world right now. Obviously, we heard from Shedeur and Kevin Stefanski earlier today. We're going to get to some of that here. But we start the lead with the idea that Michigan has fired their head coach, Sharon Moore, after finding credible information of an investigation that he engaged in an inappropriate relationship with a staff member. A few things here. Yeah. One, Dennis, a.k.a. No Ribs, No Rice, did say that Jesse Minter has a show cause, which is correct, for 2026. Nicole Auerbach throwing out the name Kalen DeBoer. I can't remember who else sent this to me on Twitter, but Brian Greasy. Who are the top candidates for the now vacant Michigan job?
DeBoer makes sense. I kind of like that. This is where Twitter thrives, by the way. These moments. This is where the jokes are at its best. Just people just tweeting out Bill Clinton. This is where Twitter's really good.
By the way, this is what we're talking about here. Our buddy Brian with an I.
Yeah.
I know you prefer Brian's with a Y.
I like my Brian's with a Y. Yeah.
Saying John Harbaugh, Brian Greasy, Ed Ogeron, John Gruden, Jesse Minter, Matt Campbell, and Jason Candle.
Hey, your boy Gruden, back in the mix.
Oh, I'd hate him so much.
Back in the mix.
They already made me do that uncomfortable dance of being like, secretly, I respect Jim Harbaugh, but I have to hate him too. Don't make me secretly have to hate, like, John Gruden as well.
It feels like, the world's their oyster. They're just going to go out there and just pluck whoever they want, and it'll be interesting to see what ends up being, though, because it's so late in all of this. It's so late in all this.
I really do think the problem is the timing. If this had happened 2 weeks ago, I think Matt Campbell's maybe the head coach, but even DeBoer, like even now, try a week after National Signing Day, I think it would be I hope Kalen's a little smarter than that of leaving at this time.
I don't know. I mean, people were trying to get his buyout after the first loss of the season in Alabama. that was like, if I win the lottery, I just want to pay off DeBoer.
Alabama might actually pay him to go to Michigan.
So he might have learned his lesson, right? Because the lesson in life is always you don't want to be the guy to follow the guy, right? That's what DeBoer was. Yeah. He followed Nick Saban. You want to be that guy. You want to be the guy that follows the guy that follows the guy. And so it plays out perfectly for you because following Harbaugh, tough act. Moore, you weren't able to pull it off, but following Moore, I mean, that's a low bar. That's not great. You can pull that off.
Works in coaching, does not work in prison.
Todd McShay on the Triple Option Podcast said that Shedeur Sanders' future in the NFL isn't in Cleveland.
And I say that because I'm not convinced that the coaching staff wanted to draft him. And you could kind of see that they blocked with everything they had him playing or even feeling like he was a player that they were developing. I never got that sense that they were putting the effort in this season with Shedeur even as a backup to get him prepared for the moment that arose with the injury to Dylan Gabriel. Now, obviously he played really well in the first start. The second start, he gets nicked up. And so we'll see how that goes the rest of the season. But honestly, my guess is depending on what, is it the same general manager, Andrew Berry? Is it the same head coach, Kevin Stefanski, next year? If it is, I think that he's playing now to get the attention of the other 31 organizations to try to get an opportunity, whether that's it would most likely have to be in a trade, or else he's going to have to ride out the remaining 3 years in his rookie deal.
Some of this feels like based off old information. The one thing I will say is, I think if Andrew's left standing here, I think Shedeur's going to be here, and I'm not really concerned about it. Haslam's not going anywhere, so that's another part of this. But if I do think there's an interesting point and an interesting conversation coming at the end of the season between the Browns and Stefanski of like, all right, Kevin, you've had now 8-9 months with this young man. We've seen enough. We want to move forward with a head coach, move forward with him as the quarterback. Do you think you can get the most out of him? Do you think you can build something with him?
So that implies that you feel like they haven't yet made a decision on Stefanski.
Also fair. I I don't know. I've made my decision, so I'm already a little blurred with what should be the case. I think they should have already made their decision, but I doubt they have.
We just got a lot of smoke in the past week or so that I don't know if they'd made their decision. It wouldn't surprise me if 2 months from now we find out that what did it for him was I don't know. After name whatever your most recent loss ends up being outside of this last one, and you could just go down the list of different losses where it didn't look good and it seemed like we were on a ship to nowhere.
I think we are 4 really nice games with Shedeur away from the Browns, if they haven't already made the decision, which is a great point by you, having to have this conversation. Do we think that Kevin, who has tried to fit everybody into his system, do we think Kevin can build a system entirely around Shedeur? And I'm not saying the answer is automatically no. It's just we don't, like Baker was fit into Kevin's system. Yeah, sure, there were some things that Baker liked, but that was Kevin's system. And I think that was part of why things fell apart in that last season on top of the injury and drama and everything else and not meeting expectations. I spent 2 years trying to fit Deshaun Watson, who had never played in a system like this in his life, trying to fit him into his system before he got wise. So I think that's going to become a real question. But again, Shedeur has to live up to his side of things in the next 4 games.
And the other part of this, too, is that you're trying to throw a life preserver to a guy that we don't know that actually wants to go ahead and reach out and grab the life preserver.
So this is like Andrew Barry's rose, and then Jack's like,
that was like a piece of wood, basically, is what that was, right? And we all saw that scene, did we not? The movie's so old at this point, maybe we all have it.
We're right back to
that
Sharon
movie's
Moore.
25 years ago, Nick. It's like, Mac, you were like 5 years old at that point.
Yeah, right about that.
Did you see it in the theaters?
Great rating.
I don't think I did. I can't remember.
You brought the reference here.
I did not.
You used a 25-year-old radio or TV movie reference, one of these mediums, in order to get us to this spot. I just said a life preserver. Thanks for throwing me that life preserver, too, by the way. Thanks for doing that for me.
It's been a spicy day. Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker joined us last hour. He talked about Kevin Stefanski's role in Shedeur Sanders' development.
In the same light that he's going to get all of the blame for all the bad things, let's give him all the credit for the positive things. But I think he certainly deserves a decent amount of the credit for Shedeur's improvement, which, by the way, I feel like you guys have a fascinating situation going, because on the one hand, it's like the Browns should not have lost to the Jets or the Titans, and if they let go of Kevin, those would be major reasons why. On the other hand, they lose to a really bad team at home on Sunday, but you have your quarterback play his best game, and so if Shedeur continues to play really well this last month, I don't know, do you want to move on from the coaching staff that's getting him to play really well?
Yes, I'm prepared to. That's the point. I'm prepared to. Yes. If that means, losing Kevin Stefanski, I'll be crushed. No, I won't be crushed. I want his bags packed. I've wanted them packed for a long time. I continue to want his bags packed. Nothing is going to move me off of that.
So what do you think about Ross saying he deserves all the credit?
Yeah. I really do think you guys just had a meeting beforehand to be like, let's just do this to make Jonathan mad. Only thing I can surmise when it comes out of the gate, Stefanski deserves 100% of the credit. Really, Ross?
We were just having the conversation.
Shedeur gets zero credit in this?
And
what are we doing?
We were just having the conversation, you and I. So it was it was a natural progression from one segment to another. And then Ross just happened to believe the exact opposite thing that you believe, that Kevin Stefanski deserves 100% of the credit for Shedeur Sanders playing well on
And then
Sunday.
we talked it out like reasonable humans, and we went after it. Unlike when you disagreed with him, and then all of a sudden, time's up. Had to go.
It was 4:21.
Had to go.
I don't break format. Everybody knows I don't break format.
Got a big Albert Breer interview coming your way. I'm going to really hammer it to Albert Breer. We're everyone's best friends. Everyone's buddies.
Albert Coward.
Albert's the one that cowered?
Yeah. We played the sound.
I don't know, man.
We gave him the opportunity. And, guys, what am I going to do? Am I going to hammer him while he's kowtowing? I think not.
Mm-hmm. Shedeur Sanders spoke with the media today, talked about his growth in the Browns offense after 3 starts.
I'm not content with my situation, with everything, and with leading this team. We had that leap of faith this past week with knowing that the receivers are going to be in the right places, building that foundation, building that trust. So when when I trust, then you get the best out of me. You get what I'm saying? It's hard for me as a player to not trust things and play my best. So I'm just thankful that we built those relationships that quickly. I'm improving in that. I had a little slip up last week for sure when knowing the play is over. But in those situations, sometimes it's just I want to win so bad. I want to make something happen whenever we're stagnant and stuff like that. So just learning from the week before when I took a sack that got us out of field goal position. I learned from that, and I was like, okay, knowing where we are on the field, understanding okay, I'll try my first thing, it don't work, get it out, so then I won't negatively affect the team.
So Shedeur has spoken a lot about trust and about that importance of understanding the guys around you and understanding their traits. And I think probably the most encouraging play of the last game it is the Jerry Jeudy touchdown, because it's such it's the right throw at the right time kind of play for a player that there were apparent trust issues previously. And I think I'm really excited to see, win, lose, or draw, can you continue to see evidence of that trust between especially Jerry and Shedeur?
Yeah, and I think sometimes it's easier than that. The idea that, and yes, it's been a big talking point for him, but also in his media session, they're like, so you've really got a connection with Harold Fannin. That's really developed into something nicely. Why is that? What has worked there? And he's like, every time I look and he's open. He's just always open. That's the idea there. And so sometimes it just becomes easier to make a connection with a guy that exists always open the way that Fannin has.
That is the lead. Jason Lloyd of The Athletic will talk to us about changes coming to Berea Shedeur's big glow up in what the next 4 games mean for Shedeur and the Browns in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
$125 million. And in Guardians news, the team selected righty Peyton Pallett in the 2025 Rule 5 draft. The pitcher is number 14 on the White Sox top 30 prospects list. Cleveland also selected pitcher Jack Carey from the Pirates. You can listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
I mean, more breaking news. Cup runneth over. First,
more breaking, little on the nose there, no?
First, Sharon Moore gets fired at Michigan with cause. That came out about 30 minutes ago. Now, R.I.P. Positivity Rabbit, as Jeff McClain, longtime Eagles beat reporter, saying the Positivity Rabbit is no longer in the Eagles locker room, per a team source. Who do you think dispatched the rabbit?
I think Saquon stabbed it.
I think so, too.
And he went over there and stabbed that inflatable rabbit.
If we talk about potential serial killers, it is Jalen Hurts. I don't think anyone's ever seen that man smile once.
Well, this is why they look at him like he's Russell Wilson. It's so weird. Everyone just talks so much crap about him and like his teammates and everyone, and no one comes to his defense ever.
When we find out who put that rabbit there, we're going to find out who got fired at the end of this season or who got traded.
I mean, it was clearly Sirianni, right?
There's no way.
Well, I mentioned Big Dom has got to be in the play here.
Why? Why Big Dom?
Big Dom seems like an inflatable rabbit guy. It's always the big guys, the softest, the cuddliest big guys that are like, this is going to get the people going.
I think this is going to turn around to an insult to me, so we're just going to get the show moving because I will be outraged. The way you were when Ross Tucker said Kevin deserves 100% of the credit.
I was very outraged with that.
Yeah.
You smiled in a way.
When you say I'm an inflatable rabbit guy is when I just take you to Temecula.
I've never seen you smile the way that you smiled when Ross said that. All right, we'll be reenacting it for YouTube. Get to Jason.
All right, so
because brags about getting to callers and doing things in a timely manner. Meanwhile, Jason's been on hold for 3 minutes.
He wanted to hear about the positivity rabbit.
I don't know that he did.
But by your estimation, the big cuddly guys are rabbit guys.
And Jason's not the hat.
He's not. You're right. Good save. Jason Lloyd of The Athletic on the Fan Hotline. Jason, welcome to the show.
I'm cuddly. What are you talking about? I'm very cuddly. Can't you tell?
I feel like you play it like a holiday weight. Like all year round, you're like, you know what I mean? That's good. That's very good. I think that's good.
A holiday weight. Did you just call him fat?
No. That's the cuddly. Cuddly is like that's what the holiday weight. If you had like a holiday weight all year round, that's like I feel like that's where I'm at in life too right now, Jason. So no big deal. But you're definitely not fat. You're definitely not fat.
I've been holiday weight for quite a few holidays now. Then, if that's the case.
Jason, of all the coaches you've covered in your time in sports, which one would most likely put a positivity rabbit in a locker room to get the vibes going in the right direction?
Oh, gosh. What a question. I've covered a lot of coaches. Freddie, would it be Freddie? That sounds like a Freddie.
That's a good call.
Definitely
that
a
was
Freddie thing.
Yep.
Great answer.
I was thinking Trussell, but he was too buttoned up to have any fun like that, so I would say Freddie.
And then Freddie would split a 12er with the positivity rabbit.
Hands with the rabbit and get carried. Never mind. Never mind.
Actually, the rabbit's a perfect partner. Freddie can have all 12.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you, Freddie wasn't here long, but the stories of Freddie were legendary of his behavior. It was quite something.
If only the football was legendary.
Yeah, right.
Let's get to the start here. I guess we'll start with this growing sense that maybe Kevin Stefanski would be open to greener pastures, maybe be more comfortable in other place. Do you have any kind of background on Kevin and kind of where he is after 6 years with the Cleveland Browns?
I'm like being totally honest. I've been out of the loop like most of the day. I haven't been plugged in. That's the first I'm hearing of that. Where did that come from?
Well, we had Albert on yesterday who kind of hinted at that, and then we had the report a week ago that said Kevin would be a prime candidate if he was let go in Cleveland.
Oh, well, that's true. The second part of that's like some of us keep saying that. Everyone keeps getting angry. You can get as angry as you want. That's just the reality of it, that there are a lot of teams who'd be interested in him. In terms of like him wanting to leave, like I have no idea what I'm sure there's part of him that's like, screw this, man. Like that's enough. I mean, think about some of the questions that he's had to answer this year and how absurd
all of this has gotten. And some of this, like, he's worked in the NFL for 20 years, and he has to answer about who he's giving game balls to. And he has to talk about, like, this. He hasn't been asked this directly, but, like, this whole notion of, like, sabotaging your rookie's career is absolutely absurd, and it's offensive. And if I had worked for 20 years and someone came to me with that, I'd be like, you know what, I'm good. But at the same time, like, this is the side of it that nobody, like, talks about or thinks about. Players don't ever have to worry about this because they're done playing. Like, their careers are over before it gets to this. His kids are at that age now where it's really hard to pull them. And that's not to say it's impossible. NFL coaches get fired all the time. They go on to different jobs, and their family goes with them. But I've known plenty of coaches and executives who got stuck in a city after they got fired because of their kids. And his kids are right around in that age where it's really hard to pull them away from friend groups and from schools and from teams and all this stuff. So, like, that's the side of it that, like, fans don't care about that. I totally get it. But these are still humans with lives, and it's hard on the families and it's hard on the kids when you have to pick up and move. So that would be, I think, one of the, and I have no idea. I'm just guessing as someone who has faced those career choices himself of, do you want to pack up and move and go to another city and yank your kids away from everything that they know and they've grown accustomed to, or do you want to stay and stick it out? That's a real life choice. But listen, last year was really, 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 really hard on everybody in that building, and now they've just been hit with a double dose of it this year. So I'm sure there's a lot of miserable feelings all the way around in there right now, but I have no idea if he wants to stay or go.
Well, which do you think is the better job? If he was offered the Giants job tomorrow, let's say, is it the Giants or is it staying with the Browns and seeing how this whole thing goes?
Well, what's funny, like, first, so again, I would look where a lot of people probably don't look. I would look at ownership first. Who has a better ownership group? Because I was just having this conversation. I'm going to go on like a really long-winded answer, so I'm going to try and cut it down really short because that's not what you asked me. I was just having this conversation with NBA executive the other day talking about the importance of ownership. And his point was like, most coaches are the same. They're about the same. GMs are about the same. What really determines winning is ownership. And so look at the Giants ownership. I would take the Giants ownership over the Browns ownership. And then you look at the quarterback. Well, they could have had Jackson Dart here. So what's he feel about Jackson Dart? Because you could have him in Cleveland if you really liked him that much, and they passed. So that's just food for thought. Which job is better? The Giants have a more recent history of winning than the Browns do. They've been kind of a mess lately, but I would probably say the Giants job is a better job. This is not an attractive job. You got 2 number 1 picks next year. That's great. The cap is a mess right now. You have no offensive line, literally no offensive line. And the ownership's reputation is well known throughout the league. Whether they've tried to change that or not in recent years, that's still their stigma or their reputation. And depending on what they do with Shador, he is not a coach for everyone. There's a lot of coaches who won't probably even touch this job because of the Shador situation where it stands right now. People want to deal with this and answer the questions Kevin's had to answer this year. So let's see how this all shakes out. But right now, I would say the Giants job is more attractive for a lot of reasons.
Jason, how do you view Shador through 3 starts?
Improving and getting much better. And I was one of the ones saying he's not ready, right? Because that's what I was being told the whole time. He's not ready. He's not ready. He's not ready. He's not ready. And certainly Baltimore didn't look like he was ready. Raiders game looked much better. And it just this was the first game because my point for the last week had been, okay, well, if he's going to play quarterback, then you've got to let him play quarterback. At some point, you have to take the seatbelts off and let him actually play. And I totally get why they were as conservative as they were with the Raiders. It was his first start. It makes perfect sense. Second start, Niners, very, very windy, not great weather conditions. This one, it's cold. Yeah, it's cold. But I actually took my son to the game, and we sat in the stands. So it was cold, but there was no wind whatsoever. So if ever there's a time to sort of see what he can do and sort of cut him loose, this is it. It's a 1-win team at home. It's cold, but it's not windy. He's used to the cold. He played at Colorado. So let's see what he can do. And he made a couple of throws that I've been waiting to see, sort of like those tight window throws. Can you throw a guy open? And he did that. And that was really impressive. Now, of course, he's got to do it again and again and again. But he had another long screen pass go, and I was like, okay, everyone's going to go crazy because it's a screen and goes for 60 yards or whatever it is. But then sort of like, it's funny, as I was talking to my sons, were watching the game. First half, he's good. Third quarter, I thought was shaky. Start of the fourth quarter, I thought was shaky. And then the last, 7-8 minutes is when he really sort of turned it on. And up until that point, I kind of thought like, all right, well, this is sort of like, it felt like the Niners game to me. Some good, some bad, not anything really that's going to dazzle you and wow you, and nothing to make you run from them. And then the last 7 or 8 minutes of that game I thought were really impressive.
What do you think's more likely? Shedeur gets traded in the offseason because this is one audition for 31 other teams, or is the starter week 1 in 2026?
All right, so here's the thing. This idea of like trade, here's the only thing I haven't been able to figure out, and I'm not going to answer that question because I'm going to talk around it because I don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
But here's what I haven't been able to figure out. So I wrote after the Ravens game, and I had so it was like probably 10 to 12 days before the Ravens game is the first time I had heard, Kevin said they're going to redshirt him. Like, they're not going to play him. It's probably about a week and a half before that Baltimore game was the first time I had heard that said to me directly. And I poked around and I kind of heard it again. And so now you go to the Baltimore game, and we know the history of on the field. So here's the part that I haven't been able to figure out yet. So you've got 2 veteran quarterbacks that you signed, right? Pickett and Flacco.
Mm-hmm.
One's going to be your starter, one's going to be your backup. When they drove home from the draft Friday night, Dylan Gabriel was their third quarterback, and their room was set. Jimmy hasn't told you, when we left the draft that night, drafting Shedeur was not at top of mind, or whatever the quote was. I'm paraphrasing. But, like, they had their quarterback room set. They had 2 veterans, and they had Dylan as sort of like, I don't think Dylan was ever looked at as a franchise quarterback that's going to spend 10 or 15 years as a starter in Cleveland. I think they looked at him as a guy that they liked, a guy who could come along slowly because he's got 2 veterans in front of him. And then, hang on, my son's calling me.
We'll forgive you there. That is Jason Lloyd.
Wait a minute. Sorry, I got to take my son to swim practice, so we're going to have to do the rest of this from the car.
No, it's okay. No.
So Dylan was going to be like the third guy who's sort of like brought along slowly. And you could argue, why are you wasting a top 100 pick on a backup quarterback when you have so many holes on the roster? And I think that's completely fair. So my question then is, where does Shedeur fit in? If you take him and you're going to redshirt him and you're not going to play him this year, and you're going to look at quarterback again next year, when are you going to look at him as your option? And that's the only reason why I think maybe there's some merit to the whole trade thing, is because I don't know where he fits on their timeline. Now, he can play his way into their timeline based on how plans don't matter. It's the old line, you want to make God laugh, tell him your plans. It doesn't matter what your plans are. What happens in real life is what you have to base it on. And maybe he just plays so well over these last few games that he forces them to rethink their options here. But I've said this, I've read this a couple of times, and I'm adamant about this. I don't believe Shedeur can be the backup quarterback on this team again next year. Either he's your starter or you move on, because no coach is going to want to go through this again of every single week, Shedeur. Either he's your starter or send him somewhere else. And I don't think that's unreasonable at all.
Jason Lloyd of The Athletic on the fan hotline there. So with 4 games to go for Shedeur, with 4 games to go in the 2026 season, big picture, what's on the line for the Browns across the board for the next 4 games?
Hang on, I totally lost you because you're switching to Bluetooth. You got to ask that one again. Sorry.
With 4 games to go this season, big picture, what's on the line for the Cleveland Browns?
Potentially figuring out. See, you can. This is a much larger conversation, but you can commit to Shedeur for next year without, you don't have to give the guy a 10-year contract. Play him next year if you want. And if it's a disaster, well, then here we go again with the 2027 quarterback draft with Julian Sayin and Arch, and we all know the Manning family's history with Arch. So I don't think that's unreasonable, but he's got to play really well this last month. And if he plays well this last month and they pull an upset or two, what's the harm in giving him next year, unless you're completely sold on Fernando Mendoza being the quarterback you've always wanted? And who's making that call? Is the GM still going to be here? Is the head coach going to be here? So who's determining that? So what's at stake? Well, figuring out whether or not possibly you can ride this into being a franchise quarterback. You certainly have to make a decision as head coach. And beyond that, can you pull an upset or two? It's certainly, I don't know, it certainly feels like Barry's coming back. If the way that they're talking about Deshaun, the way that they got the messaging out a week or two ago on this Deshaun thing, that he's going to be on the roster next year, which I think is a tragic mistake, but that's another conversation. I don't know how they know that already unless they know the GM's coming back, because another GM may say, no, we're not doing that. And unless it's just Jimmy saying, no, if I'm paying him, he's going to be here. So I don't know. There's a lot at stake, and there's nothing at stake at the same time. Does that make sense? I don't know. I've kind of talked in circles on that one.
No, it is interesting, though, but it's interesting you also bring up Deshaun, too, because we've been trying to figure out what place does he have. The idea that if you have Shedeur, if you have Dillon, you have Deshaun, and then even if you take a rookie quarterback in 2026, then, Jason, we're out of roster spots here.
Yeah, and that's why I go back to either Shedeur's your starter or he's somewhere else. I just don't see that working out. And maybe that was the Browns' master plan the whole time, because I wrote a few weeks ago, I thought they made a mistake when they didn't go to Philly. Like, you could go there, you could sit behind an MVP or Super Bowl MVP in Philly or whatever and learn and take a year or two, and then at the appropriate time they start, marching out the soldiers at NFL Network and ESPN of how great Shedeur looks and how much progress he's made in a year or so, and now you flip a fifth-round pick into a second-round pick or a third-round pick. And maybe that's the Browns' grand plan in all this, is they were going to draft him and sit on him for a year. I have no idea. I just don't know. Based on their original timeline of two veterans and then Dillon, I don't know where Shedeur fits into that original line of thinking, because I think that's important in all of this. And again, his play can change their plans. But I just don't know where his opportunity was going to come. If the plan was to redshirt him this year and then take another quarterback next year, when was he going to get a chance to actually get on the field and play?
Jason, one before we go, if you had to make a firm statement right now, are Andrew Berry and Kevin Stefanski back for 2026?
Berry, I think, is back, just based on the way that some things have been leaked in the way that it sounds. Kevin, I don't know. I mean, you can make a case for it. You can make a really easy case to fire him, right? Like 6 wins in 2 years is not enough. You can also, I think Jimmy can look at this and say, Deshaun wrecked everything, and when we actually had talent on offense, he was a pretty good coach. And so I think you can talk yourself into wanting to bring him back if he wants to come back. Again, like this idea that maybe he wants out, I don't think it's totally far-fetched. I just don't know how realistic it is. I have no knowledge of it one way or the other. So I'm not sure on how this will go with Kevin. And there probably wasn't very long ago, I was of the assumption, because I always said Kevin got here first. Andrew came second. I think we've passed the point where that matters. And Andrew did have a really great draft this year. And we'll see. I don't know.
Jason, great stuff, buddy. Appreciate you. We'll talk to you down the line.
All right. Sorry for the interruptions, guys.
No worries at all, buddy. Enjoy swim practice. Jason Lloyd there of The Athletic on the fan hotline. We'll react to what he had to say about changes in Berea and his takes on Shedeur in about 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
Michigan has fired head coach Sharon Moore after 2 seasons with the Wolverines. In a statement released by the university, athletic director Ward Manuel said, quote, following a university investigation, the credible evidence was found that Coach Moore engaged in an inappropriate relationship with a staff member. For the Browns, Shedeur Sanders has officially been named the starting quarterback for the remainder of the season. In speaking with the media earlier today, the rookie talked about getting the nod for the next 4 games.
My focus.
Thursday Night Football.
The radio home of the NFL in Cleveland. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
This is not an attractive job. You got 2 number 1 picks next year. That's great. The cap is a mess right now. You have no offensive line, literally no offensive line. And the ownership's reputation is well known throughout the league. Whether they've tried to change that or not in recent years, that's still their stigma or their reputation. And depending on what they do with Shedeur, he is not a coach for everyone. There's a lot of coaches who won't probably even touch this job because of the Shedeur situation where it stands right now.
That was Jason Lloyd joining us in the previous segment, giving us his take on the Browns' job and what happens if Kevin Stefanski isn't the head coach next year. Obviously, a lot rides on the final 4 games of the season and how Shedeur plays. I do not understand how Shedeur is treated as a boogeyman. I really don't. Or the Shedeur being here is. Oh, God, Kevin Stefanski had to be asked questions. I've been in other places. I have heard some of the questions. I think sometimes when you're in a market like this, we can act as if every dumb question, well, that doesn't happen. Yes, it does. Yeah, dumb questions happen all the time. Things about game balls and the like happen. Yeah. I just didn't get that part of Jason's. I'm not saying he's wrong, by the way. I just think like the rest of the NFL continuing to act like having Shedeur on the roster is somehow a negative, as if we have a bunch of YouTubers asking them questions about whether they like the same food Shedeur likes. I think at some point it's just jumped the damn shark.
Well, and so here's the reality for the Browns, and this is where it's going to be an interesting offseason if it does go the way that it currently seems like it's trending to, between diehard Shedeur fans and then what's at the Browns' best interest. And this is where, again, it might be a little bit of a chasm, might be a little bit of because I'm going to have the Browns' best interest at heart here. But the Browns' best interest is to have Shedeur on this team. And then, again, you're like, well, where does this differ from what Shedeur fans want? Well, Shedeur fans, if he plays great the next 4 games, might be demanding that he gets a starting opportunity in another spot. Where this is advantageous for the Browns, you're spending so much money in other places. Having a quarterback on their second-year contract, you're paying them basically pennies. That is so invaluable. Not only if you have him as a starter in 2026, but if you draft Mendoza or more, having someone that can step in as a backup and be able to win you games is immensely valuable, while not having to pay the $8 to $10 million we typically pay every year for these backups.
If I was Jimmy Haslam and I'm sitting there and I'm interviewing you for the right to coach my team, and you said, my one thing is I want Shedeur gone, is that an instant out for you? Yes, you're a coward. Like, what kind of? I'll be honest, it's such a soft. All these big tough football men, right? Oh, we're just about football, and we run through walls. Me meathead. Oh, social media. Oh God. Oh, he's got a YouTube presence, guys. He's got a guy taking pictures of him.
Oh, no, he's got a hobby. He does music.
I mean, Good God. What kind of spineless jags do we have in football that football men talk to Shedeur for 5 minutes and tell me that kid's a problem in the building?
Right, exactly. You should be excited. You should be excited to be around Shedeur.
I love that these coaches, we drill it into the kids, these football players all the time. Shut out the noise, shut out the noise. And then, oh no, he's on TikTok. That's from China. What are we going to do?
That's from China?
Jeez almighty.
Too many people like him, apparently.
You got to have no balls to be afraid of a social media influencing quarterback, especially when the kids put something on tape that shows he can play. And again, I'm not fighting Jason on it, because I think Jason is right. But if four more games of good tape, and certainly this last game in 7 games of tape proves that the 5th round pick was a whole absolute load of crap, and that at the very least this kid was a top 100 talent and a coach with a straight face. Just, you know what, Mr. Haslam, I'd love to be the Browns head coach, but I don't think I could handle Shador.
So really the heart of that is what, Nick? It's the idea that you wouldn't be able to handle the pressure attached to the fan base and people wanting to see Shador start, right? Which is, here's where I'll give Stefanski just a little bit of credit, and not credit in a positive way, but the idea that he at least beats to his own drum. Like, one thing about Stefanski was that he was not going to have any bit of, I feel like the fans want to see this, so I'm going to make sure that I do that. And the next head coach has to have that same mentality as well. Like, if you think Shador is enough to go ahead and throw you off of wanting a job or not wanting a job, then you're probably just not built for it anyway.
But JP, what if they ask about game balls?
I know, right? Yeah, imagine.
How are you going to answer about game balls?
Imagine. Yeah, real coaches answer those questions, and they do it in spades, and they do it easily. So I'm right there with you. If that is enough to throw you off, I didn't want you as the head coach anyway.
I want to now be in the room for every single head coaching interview. So the first time a coach says it, I can go full, maybe not full, I can go Ari from Entourage.
Paintball gun?
And then with the big demonstrative, get the out. Like, you have to, what a...
I like it. You're getting angry. I like this.
Well, it's just trash.
I like it. It's a good take.
Like, it's
I like
just,
the take.
It's just, I'm sorry.
You're 100% right. You shouldn't be running from this. This should be, like, again, Shador is
my fat ass is sweating right now.
Shador is a feature. It should be one of the selling points of the team, not one of the things that are looked at as some sort of negative. I'm glad that you're right there with me on this.
By the way, Coach.
I like this take from you.
Got a guy with 20-plus sexual assault allegations. Yeah, he's fine.
Don't mind that.
But the YouTuber, get him out of here. Yeah, I got a guy accused of and was arrested for striking the mother of his child. What do you think about him? Yeah, keep him. That's a football player.
You see how stupid it sounds when you sound it out the way that you have, though?
This guy's got 4 million followers on Instagram. Cannot.
Right?
Deal breaker.
You hear how dumb it is but this is how the NFL sometimes thinks.
You know what it is?
They think in this very dumb way.
You know what it is? It's weak. It is low T thinking. It is.
Well, I mean, some people have problems with that.
That's why you got our friends at Blue Chew.
That's right.
BlueChew.com.
They'll take care of you.
Chew it and then do it. Now.
Not now, Kyle.
That being said, no, right now, Kyle. But that's I'll be honest with you. Whomever is the head coach next year, I just need him to be a leader. And it's almost like Shador can be a litmus test of whether you actually are what you preach or whether you're a soft batch cookie bee. That is the reality. It's like Shador's the divining rod for, are you actually a football guy or are you just a complete fraud like several of the other coaches? And I don't think Kevin's one of these, just to be clear, like some of the other guys that we've had here in town that have talked a big game and then shrunk in the moments. It is cold outside. 216-474-009. That, whew, I'm heated. I might have to take this.
That was a strong take, though.
That
was very good. Because you're right. You're 100% right. If Shador's the reason why you're running from this job, I don't want you to begin with.
More on that in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
from the Pirates. The Cleveland Browns preview show is back tonight at 7. You can catch the preview show immediately following Afternoon Drive right here on the radio home of the Browns, 92.3 The Fan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Whenever you need to talk college football, we've got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
It's the 6 o'clock hour. Someone step on a duck
on Afternoon Drive.
1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. We got in case you missed it. Coming up in about 40 minutes here. An update on the winter meetings as well. Wall to wall. Pete Alonso takes. At some point, about 7:03.
What do you think about polar bears?
I'm a bear, but I don't like the cold.
It was my favorite animal growing up.
Polar bear, really?
Yeah, I think it was the Coca-Cola commercials that really got me.
I gotcha.
That's all it was. Yeah, and then you get a little bit older and you realize those are some. I mean, they're just killer.
For me, it's primates. They're the most human-like. They're cheeky. They're very funny, and
yeah.
I always thought like I could have like a little chimp best friend. You know what I mean?
There's been movies about that.
Yeah, and I that's probably also influencing.
I would imagine. Yeah.
But listen, Matt LeBlanc might not have had the movie career he hoped. Ed was pretty strong, guys. It's not a good movie.
Awful movie.
But the idea.
You a big Curious George fan growing up too? How deep does this go?
No, but although Olivia, my oldest, loved Curious George.
Yeah, yeah.
So much so that at some point she started making noises, like primate noises.
Yeah.
And we were a little worried that she was doing that more than speaking. So we had to kind of do a cold turkey Curious George for a little while.
You cut her off just because that's all that was coming out?
Yeah. Well, it's like she speaks and I'm a little worried about it, all right?
Oh.
Now, kid's brilliant.
Well, there we go.
Yeah,
I mean, it would have been weird if she stayed speaking that way.
Well, I think...
Hey, who knows what would have happened, I guess, if you didn't cut her off.
We'll never know. We'll never know. She might primarily be speaking with different primates at the zoo right now.
Monkey Man, another movie.
That's true.
Another thing that's existed.
Yeah, that wouldn't... that movie... You're talking about the one with Dev Patel?
Yeah.
Yeah, that wouldn't work for me.
Well, I hope it wouldn't work for anybody. I mean, that doesn't seem like a very good thing.
So... we were just reacting to Jason Lloyd. And again, I think Jason is right. That if the head coaching job opens up, as of right now, there are going to be some coaches who Shador is going to make them stay away. You'd hate to see it. But one of the other things he talked about was kind of a take it or leave it approach for the Browns and Shador in 2026.
I'm adamant about this. I don't believe Shador can be the backup quarterback on this team again next year. Either he's your starter or you move on, because no coach is going to want to go through this again of every single week, Shador. Either he's your starter or send him somewhere else. And I don't think that's unreasonable at all.
I do think it's unreasonable. It seems like you agree based off of the last segment, but the part that I think is unreasonable is the amount of value. You have so much money owed on this roster. You're going to have $45 million in dead cap money just based on the offensive line alone. I'm sorry. You have to find ways to get cheap athletes on the field. And so, forget the idea that he's very inexpensive for a second, although that's the big anchor of this. Also, the idea that he could either be the starter in 2026 or he could be a backup that we know can step in and win games or at a minimum make you competitive way better than Dylan Gabriel can. I just don't know. I don't see it as he's either the starter or he's not on the team.
I've made this comparison before. This happened a lot with Cam Newton at the end of his career. There have been several other, I think Baker, there was kind of this thought out there as well of, why would you do that to your starting quarterback, right? Because the backup is polarizing, not in a bad guy way, but in the way of he attracts a lot of, he's very charismatic. And in that locker room, there are going to be guys that cling to him, and that could be a distraction. And I've always thought it's chicken bleep. I do. I think Shador can be here as your starter or your backup or one of two guys you have competing for a starting job next year.
Mm-hmm.
And again, it does come back to the same way I feel about guys staying away from this job because Shador's here. Fine, get gone. And by the way, that's whether Shador plays well in the next 4 games or not. If you're intimidated by dealing with a quarterback like Shador, I'm sorry, you're weak. I don't want you.
Also,
I need a leader of men, not a baby that's going to be afraid of Jeff Shadell asking about game balls.
Well, on that note, look who the owner is. I mean, the owner loves attention. The owner loves eyeballs on the team, and so you have to know what you're signing up for.
It'd be wild if you're like, I'll work for Jimmy Haslam,
right,
but I
Shador's
won't
where you draw
deal
the
with
line.
Shador.
Like, do you see how crazy that sounds when you sound it out? Like, it's oftentimes within these discussions, I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Yeah, and let's get to the heart of it. What has Shador done? There's one thing I can think of, but what has Shador done in the football season that has caused a hubbub?
It's just the pantomime.
It's the pantomiming thing. Everything else has been about people talking about Shador. Shador hasn't inflamed it. Shador hasn't gone out on a podcast and said, "Can you believe this? How the organization's treating me." And if anything, Shador's actually, when he has spoken, has been like, guys, I'm just focused on football. I don't know what the hell you want from me.
And in an odd way, he actually has defended even like a guy like Kevin Stefanski. 2 weeks ago in that post game, he defended him.
So he's either the starter here or he's not here because Shannon Sharp on the Nightcap podcast is going to talk about him every week. I don't know, man. Again, this goes back to the kind of the lunatic fringe of the Shador thing, and whether the NFL wants to admit it or not, it is on one side of that. And I just think it's so, whether you think Shador can play or not, I've watched this young man, and I hate saying that because it's not my kid, but I've watched this young man, and every time I've seen him, I've seen such a classy, thoughtful kid. Mm-hmm. I go back to training camp and there were a lot of Browns players that did the right thing, and they went over and said hi to fans and signed a couple autographs.
Right.
Shador walked the whole line. He walked around the entire media tent.
We did 2
for
segments.
An hour.
Yeah.
And then came back out. Right? And when he's the stuff he's done in the community, find me another backup that is going out and paying for people's electric bills or buying people cars so they can get to work. This is, the discourse that I find to be really frustrating is you're valuing the national noise in which this kid does not contribute to hardly at all outside of one thing, one blade of grass in a full season, a full field of a season, right? Which is less than a hell of a lot more coach in the NFL. The kid does nothing to contribute to that noise.
Right.
And you can't take him for who he is over that.
Well, and so this is the hard thing that it's been really hard to kind of when you go on some of the national shows, you try to describe this, and I've done it, and the host reactions are like, whoa, are we even talking about the same guy? You're like, yeah, you just don't know him that way, and that's why it just blows your mind the ignorance to who he actually is and the positivity and what he contributes is just it's mind blowing. You enter this Browns job, the debate shouldn't be who should you have to put up with more, Jimmy Haslam or Shador Sanders? And there are going to be people that phrase that question that way, and that I have a big problem with.
And it's weird. One of the things that I think has bugged me about Kevin, and again, I do think Kevin has fallen back earlier in the year. I think he fell back on whatever impression he had about in the pre-draft process with Shador. And I think Kevin was determined from there, certainly not to sabotage the young man, but basically it's you're either my guy or you're not my guy, and right now you're not my guy, which makes him like most of the NFL. But I think if you put good film on football at the NFL level, in a situation where I watched the chosen one, Dylan Gabriel, play for 6 games, and at no point did he look to what I would call a level that's playable. I watched Joe Flacco, who then went to Cincinnati and was throwing for 350 to 400 yards a game, better context, but I watched him look borderline unplayable and second-guessing himself. 3 games into a kid that got no first-team reps until 3 weeks ago. I saw somebody that went out there and elevated the play of his teammates, which is, I've not seen that since Joe Flacco in 2023. I don't know how that won't carry. And that's, honestly, I was rooting for the kid anyways because I like him. I like what I've seen of him, right?
Yeah.
I'm rooting for him now because I want to see how the narrative changes with each good game, right?
Well, I mean, I would think it would end up being kind of like what Kurt Warner said on Siciliano's podcast. And now he goes into the idea that now, like, based off that film, he can be a franchise quarterback and all these other things. But I think it changes so quickly. And that part of me, I always find just a little bit fraudulent.
Yes.
Yes, the tape looked really good, and yes, he made some big time throws, but people are acting like it's the first time you've ever seen him throw a football, and it's the first time you've ever seen him throw a football that way. And the changing of it and how quick it happens is where I'm always like, what are we doing here?
Well, what I struggle with is if the Browns had their way, Shedeur wouldn't have seen the field this year.
No, I mean, they took a concussion by Dylan Gabriel.
And
they fell into this.
And then this narrative would be perpetuated. The reason
that's one thing with Jason, by the way, that I think we should discuss is Jason talked about this being a redshirt season and how it was like paramount that this was their plan and so what was actually the long-term plan with Shedeur? And this is the part I think that makes myself angry, and I think a lot of other people that have followed Shedeur the entire time is they were just going to let this exist. If the big plan, Jason kind of hinted, the big plan then would be to sell him off and trade him to another team after a year of redshirting. All you did for a year is dog him. Mm-hmm. All you did for a year is tell everyone he didn't know how to do the plays. He was so far behind organizationally. Like that's not the way you would go about it if you wanted to go ahead and flip him for assets. You had this great piece, this great valuable asset. Wouldn't you talk him up?
Yeah.
Wouldn't you make him seem like he's got a clue? And I think that's the part where I get frustrated, where it's like you're trying to build this big grand plan for them where it all materializes in some sort of massive way to go ahead and turn him around for a third or a second round pick. It's like, well, you wouldn't have talked about him like you thought he was crap then. You didn't know what he was doing, and that Dylan Gabriel was that much better than him.
And I think the Browns, I think the NFL, I don't want to put it to the Browns. I think the NFL has thought we have to humble this kid. And it's interesting. I think back to Jason Lloyd. I don't know why I said the full name. I could have just said Jason. He was just with us. But I think back to Jason and his reporting from about, I want to say it was 10 weeks ago. We don't want him to become another Baker. And the inference there is that, there's a lot of noise that comes with it and that he'll encourage that noise and then it just won't be about football. And the truth is, what drives me crazy about this organization is they say things like that, and it's the same organization that wasn't willing to help Baker mature. And it's like, your job is not to raise these gentlemen. Your job is to be patient as they learn to be adults in a man's game. And listen, if you want to say Shedeur's, I think if you think Shedeur's immature, I think you're talking out your ass.
I agree with that.
But if that's the point, how do you do it? You give him opportunities. You give him the same thing with Baker Mayfield. You give him opportunities and grace. I don't think the kid needs it, and I think we're seeing it. But good. I just at some point, I hope this kid just balls out for the next 4 games so that people can just let the football do the talking, because the bull crap has been overextended for too long.
Right, we got a lot of the serious stuff out of the way for a second.
Yes.
I can't get the image of my head out of it, the idea that Dylan Gabriel's got a tattoo of the chosen one like LeBron does on his back. It's a funny visual to me. He's like, hey, so tattoo artist, here's what I want.
You think at the end of the season he's gonna get that corrected and it's gonna be Chloe's one?
Oh, her name is Zoe.
So
I don't know. We having a Moore situation on our hands?
Well, you never know.
Chloe's my daughter's name. That's what happened there, I think.
You might be right.
I think so. That's where your brain got crossed.
By the way, it'd be a great way to troll you. Chloe's one?
Yeah, that would be. Yeah.
Be problematic. You'd go to jail for that kind of thing.
It'd also be great if instead they just put mediocre one on the back. That would also be kind of fun.
Or if it's just one.
The tattoo artist I watched 6 games. I can't do this.
Or what?
That looks great. Looks great, Dylan. I don't
have enough ink, and all that's on his back is now 1.
Or because he's so short, there's just no way to make it tiny enough. It's just a lot of letters. Very short human.
Not his fault. He's short.
This is off the rails.
Just a little guy. Jonathan, why be so mean? 216-474-0092. I don't remember what the topic was about anymore. But Thomas, Malone, Tom, Dennis, Denise, Mike, we'll get to you guys here. More on Shedeur. Is it boom or bust? Meaning, is Shedeur either the starter or not on the roster in 2026? More from you guys in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, Nick Wilson here. Let's talk about the roof of your home. A lot of you will need to replace your roof this winter, but be forewarned, there are roofing companies out there that skip over the most important part of the process, the attic ventilation. You see, if your attic doesn't have proper air circulation,
meet your needs with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
There's Cavs and there's NBA news that happens while you at work. Baskin and Phelps. Weekday mornings starting at 10.
I'm adamant about this. I don't believe Shedeur can be the backup quarterback on this team again next year. Either he's your starter or you move on, because no coach is going to want to go through this again of every single week, Shedeur. Either he's your starter or send him somewhere else. And I don't think that's unreasonable at all.
Jason Lloyd of The Athletic about 40 minutes ago here. We do have, in case you missed it coming up, the video is out of me mocking football guys.
I retweeted it.
That I might have hurt my voice just a little bit doing.
Don't love to hear that.
Worth it. Not hurt. But you can definitely tell, like, my voice is like, don't do that again, fat man. I think that's where we are.
Does your voice tell you that?
Yeah. I know. It's funny. Ness says she can't tell the difference on like days where I just don't think I'm having a good voice day.
That's how Elise is to me too as well. It's interesting.
But maybe it's because we listen to ourselves. I can't tell when you are unless it's really extreme.
I can't tell when you are.
But if I feel like I've got or if I feel like I've talked myself hoarse, which is what it was more of a mocked myself hoarse. Sounds suggestive, but yeah, I definitely can hear it right now.
You know what I've noticed? I don't know if you had this when your girls were little or not, but Charlotte's obviously got a bunch of toys, and we do playtime before she gets in bed, and I'm doing these like voices of these other like little toys, but I only really have one voice for these toys. That's it. I don't have a range with that stuff. You know me. I don't do impressions for a reason. I'm not good at them. I got the one voice, but I've noticed that this voice is like slowly killing my voice. And so I've tried to like throw a curveball and do a different voice, and this different voice is basically just me being like incredibly deep voice, because that just feels more natural. Not great for the kid. Not great for the kid at all, but I don't know what to do now.
I remember hearing a story that Robin Williams' daughter, I think that's his middle child, when she was little, he would read books to her and do all of his voices in theatrics. And one day she was like, "Daddy, you don't have to." And I remember thinking, like, that's such a sweet thing for that kid to realize that the dad, he's maybe kind of gearing himself up and all that. That is the opposite of what happened with my kids. It's like, "Dad, why aren't you doing the voices?"
Yeah.
And I was like, "All right, I'll dance for you." Okay.
That's how my kid is. Not only is it like she got specific characters, she likes when I'm Cakey, the guy from Gabby's Dollhouse.
Yeah, that's not the voice.
She pulls that one up and is like, "Do that," but you got that voice. You got the Cakey voice. It's like, no, I don't.
Like, all right.
I don't have any of these voices.
I will.
And it's killing my voice.
So we were just talking about Jason's comments there. Want to get your opinions on this and whether you think Shedeur's either the starter in 2026 or not on the Browns. Thomas and Shaker, what's up, buddy?
Hey, Nick, man, look, I got to give credit to you, dude. I was driving in this wonderful snowstorm that we're having. Shout out to Joe Checkeye. The wonderful snowstorm that we're having. You got me really fired up on the radio. I 110% agree with you. Look, I got to say this for most Browns fans. I'm not going to speak for all Browns fans, but most Browns fans that I know do not want to draft a freaking quarterback in next year's draft. That would be the most blatant thing in the world for us Browns fans. We want an offensive lineman and a receiver. You ask most Browns fans what they want in next year's draft, they'll tell you they want an offensive lineman and a receiver. Shout out to Daryl Ryder, because he's been on this since day one, that Shedeur Sanders is better than Dylan Gabriel. I respect you, Daryl Ryder, for keeping it 100.
Let's not go too far.
Hold on. Daryl was very adamant Dylan Gabriel sucks, but I got text from Daryl being like, no. Thomas, I'm not letting that one fly. Daryl was not team. Daryl was not team Shedeur.
I got something to say real quick.
All right, Daryl was not team Shedeur. I have too many texts of him telling me to. I have too many texts from him telling me to pump my brakes on Shedeur for me to ever be like he was team Shedeur. Okay. Can't do that. He definitely was team anti Dylan Gabriel, though. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, we were all on that team together.
We were all simpatico there.
Shoot, man.
Daryl was team Shedeur for 1 week in March, 2 days in March, after he hosted with me for 2 days, and then he left being convinced, like, all right, maybe, and then he got back to hosting with Nick for like a couple days and like whoever else, and then like spent time with the morning show, and it was like completely reversed. That's how it worked.
You ruined him, Nick. You ruined him, Nick. Anyway,
usually-
I just one more big point. I just really got to make this big point.
Yeah.
I can't condone the idea of trading a guy who threw for 365 yards in his third game and 4 touchdowns when it was 30 degrees outside, and he had the best passing performance, better than any other rookie in the draft. I can't condone trading that guy when we haven't had a quarterback in almost 50 years. What are we doing here? We ever talking about drafting a new quarterback, drooling in the mouth for these other quarterbacks when we might get our guy in first place? I'm like you, Nick. If I hope he balls out for the rest of the season, and I hope they trade Dylan Gabriel to the Arizona Cardinals so him and Kyler Murray can combine for a height of 5'11".
Oh, dude.
Oh, that's where the short quarterback room comes from.
The short king quarterback room, but it's not in Cleveland, is even better for me.
We didn't even think about that possibility.
And you just know, I mean, that's a Stefanski acolyte, by the way. Drew Petzing is the OC there. Little Kyler versus Dylan. We get him some stilts. Wouldn't that be funny to watch 2 short king quarterbacks walk around? I'm up here.
It's like the banana ball guy that just plays in stilts.
This is what it's like to be that tall.
It takes talent. I have, by the way, maybe unbeknownst to yourself, I've decided who I like in the draft class.
Ooh.
Not from a quarterback perspective. We're talking wide receiver and tackle situation, right?
All right.
Or actually, really, to be fair to this take, I've decided who I don't like at wide receiver and decided who I do like at offensive lineman, as I'm going wide receiver for the first-round pick and the top first-round pick, and then I'm going offensive lineman for the second first-round pick.
Can I guess?
Yeah, I'd like if you did, yeah.
I'm going to say you're out on Jordan Tyson because of the injuries.
Does he know me or does he know me?
Yeah.
Does he know me or does he know me? Everyone, he's wide receiver 1 for everybody, and I can't stand it. The man, he's too injured of a player.
Now, I'm trying to think of a tackle.
Okay, because I hope you nail this. I think this one, I don't want to lead you to it.
Okay, so Jennings Dunker of Iowa, I think is going to kick inside, so I'm taking him off the tackle board.
Yeah, good call.
I think it's got to be between Caleb Lamu and Caden Proctor.
We're thinking pick 27.
Yeah. Both of these guys have seen it. Okay, so it's neither of those guys.
No, it is. It's one of them. But Lamu, I don't think is going to make it there. I think there's an outside chance Proctor does. Mm-hmm. That's what I want. I want Proctor as my left tackle. Think about it this way: 6'8", 375 pounds. He's a refrigerator with a football helmet. Okay, he's a massive human. Think about him being your left tackle, and then DeJuan Jones, that slot machine of a human on the right side. I love it.
All right.
You love it too. Admit it. Tell me you love it.
I think the whole value of that comes down to whether Caden Proctor is a left tackle or a right tackle. If he is a left tackle,
well, Lamu's definitely a right tackle.
No, he's a left tackle. That's where he plays now. You're talking about Spencer. Oh my gosh, Fanu. Yes.
Oh, you're right. I'm talking about Fanu.
That is a right tackle.
Lamu and Fanu mistake. My bad.
So are you a Fanu guy?
I'm neither. I'm a Proctor guy.
Okay.
But Proctor at 27 is all I'd gotten to because he does project out as a left tackle. That's what everyone is telling me.
All right.
So I'm convinced he's going to be that. I love the size, though. I love 6'8", 360, 370. I like it.
You do like guys that are about 370 because we've been buddies for a while
There
now.
we go. Early read on this, guys.
Denise, welcome to the show. What you got for us?
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
Or should I say good evening? Or should I say good evening?
Both work.
Yeah, either or.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, I'm with the previous caller. Why are we even talking about drafting a quarterback when we don't know what we have? Because the Browns dropped the ball with Shedeur to begin with, we don't know what we have in him. We have Stefanski and his crew saying that Shedeur wasn't ready. He's not an NFL quarterback. He just don't have it. But then we turn around and see him throw for a gazillion yards, and it's like we're darned if we do, we're darned if we don't. I think personally that Shedeur, to me, has not said or done anything to get the kind of ire that he seems to be getting. He's always been classy whenever he's talked about the Browns. He hasn't said anything negative, which he probably could have, but chose not to. When we had Dylan, he was always saying shady stuff. And not only that, his girlfriend couldn't calm down on her Twitter fingers. So it's like, what does this man have to do? What does Shedeur have to do? I mean, if they're saying he wasn't educated enough to be a quarterback, clearly he's put the work in. Why not take a year and figure out what we have before we jump out and make the same mistake again. None of us want to go 3 rookie quarterbacks again. Nobody. It seems like ever since the Browns came back in 99, we've always had a rookie quarterback. And none of it has ever worked out. Can we please learn from our mistakes?
I think I'd like that very much. And I do think, Denise, we appreciate you as a very nice call from you. Oh, thank you so much. All right.
Oh, what a jerk you are.
Anyway, Denise, thank you. I think we're about 4 good games away from that. And I don't think 1 game's enough to do it, right? And certainly knowing that there might be a new head coach, I think that's another wrinkle in all this. Honestly, it's not even about 4 good games. If you get 2 of the 4 good games, right? I think positive momentum in Shedeur, because I think the thing is, 1, the word good is very subjective, but 2, it's a little unfair to expect too much out of him just because there's still not a lot around him. The defense looks like it might be on the way out. The offensive line, we're back to, do we have 1 guy that started the season? It's Bitonio. 1 guy that started the season, the starter. Everybody else is a replacement. We'll see if Jerry Jeudy can keep catching balls here, but still, I do think we're about 2, 3, 4 good games in the final couple, this stretch here, before we're actually able to just have that conversation and really just commit to that idea.
They don't all have to be perfect, but here is a dream scenario, and this is something that I'm probably going to mention a million times before we actually get to kickoff, Nick. Imagine if he takes down the number 1 quarterback from this last year in Cam Ward, and then if he drastically plays better than Caleb Williams this weekend. The scouting community wouldn't know what to do with themselves if back-to-back weeks he takes down the number 1 quarterback in back-to-back classes. It would be a hell of a glow-up for our guy.
It is all that I want. In case you missed it, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
I'm PJ Glasser, sending in here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM network. Earlier this week, the Week 6 AP poll was released, and historically, that is very significant. Every national champion since 2004 in college basketball has been inside the top 12 of the Week 6 AP poll. 3 teams I would consider placing a wager on are UConn at 10-1, Houston at 12-1, and Gonzaga at 12-1. I think one of those 3 teams will be your champion.
legacybox.com/value for exclusive holiday savings. That's legacybox.com/value for last-minute shopping. legacybox.com/value.
Tune in Thursday nights at 7 to hear from the Browns head coach himself.
During the week, you talk about 2-point plays in total, plays that you like in those moments. And obviously, the first one we didn't get off exactly how we wanted to. The second one didn't get off how we wanted to.
The Kevin Stefanski Show, Thursday night at 7. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
The preview show coming up in about 15 minutes here. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on. I definitely almost said Dustin Fox. I have no idea.
Well, we didn't see Dustin today.
I think my brain just erased the last year and a half, and it was just like, no, you're going to fall back on the file saved about 18 months ago. Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. Big thanks to all of our guests today. Ashley Bastock at 3:20 today. Great stuff with her about Shedeur, the situation ahead, of course, Kevin Stefanski. Basically, we talked about all three things about that. Also with Ross Tucker, Odyssey NFL Insider. At 4, really cheesed off the fella over here, JP.
Cheesed off?
Cheesed you right off. You were cheesed off.
The Karawi connections between myself and what you're doing today has been interesting.
Again, I might be having a stroke. I just almost called you Dustin Fox.
You might be. I'm worried about you now.
I'm sorry there, Big Daddy. And Jason Lloyd, who joined us at 5:20. I just want to do that voice for the rest of the segment.
You're going to have kids just so you could do that voice with their toys, and that's what it is.
Well, look over here. It's Miss Bo Peep.
All right, that was dumb.
I really would like to go back to the instance where Matt first saw a girl in a state of disclothed. Because I just imagined it would be something.
Disclothed.
Yeah, just something like, oh boy. Woo.
Okay.
Why does he sound like Yogi Bear?
That's what it was at the end there. How about a picnic basket?
You think that kid was prepared to see a pair? Come on.
That's what it was.
I'll be honest with you.
Off the rails.
The first time I saw a woman naked in real life, I was like, woo, 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 woo. I went full Curly from Three Stooges. I still do. I like it. I like it a lot.
Was that your Forrest Gump?
I don't know what it was. Let's get to in case we missed it.
Half the fun for me is just guessing what your different impressions are. Okay, all right, let's get into this. Scott Harris, Tigers president, says Skubal, who's won back-to-back Cy Youngs, isn't untouchable. And now the rumors today and what's been floating around, and yes, he used the terms untouchable. It's unfortunate after what just transpired that that's the words I have to use, but I'm trying
Scott,
to be accurate
what
within
do you think about
the
Derek
description.
Skubal? Woo, 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 woo. I'm horny. Honka, honka, woo, auga.
The rumors today are around the Dodgers being big-time players in these discussions.
I know there was an internet rumor that said basically all that was left in a deal between the Dodgers and Tigers for Skubal was Tigers ownership signing off on the trade, and then an extension in LA for Skubal, because that's the only way Dodgers ownership will let them trade that kind of assets for Skubal. What an unserious organization.
Very much so.
You're not Kansas City.
Wait, does that mean Tigers ownership decided not to? Is that the idea?
No. That was basically like, hey, it's at the 5-yard line, and it's potentially just a matter of time.
Okay, yeah. I mean, all day long, that was the rumors. That's what everyone was talking about. The big discussion on it. It's wild to me, though, if this ends up happening.
I think it's... honestly, I don't... It's tough to say because they're from Michigan. I feel for Tigers fans. This is crap. Like, I am loath to pay any pitcher significant money for long term because you know you're going to get bit. And once you get bit by the injury bug, you don't know if it's going to go full DeGrom or not. That said, I mean, he's been the best.
But with a guy that has an injury history, obviously.
Like, you at least got Justin Verlander to, I think, contract 3 before you moved on from him.
Well, think about their discussions.
Like, you paid Miggy Cabrera. You've paid great players.
Yeah.
You just don't want to pay Skubal, and I think that's clownery.
It is. But think about where, if you're a Tigers fan, where you're at. At the trade deadline this last offseason, there were legitimate conversations about trading for Paul Skeens. Like they were having conversations about how do you map up a playoff rotation? Can you get away with in a 5-game series throwing Skeens and Skubal 4 times in those 5 games, and then you could fast forward to opening day this year and you have neither.
Yeah. Well, and just
that's brutal.
Also, you're like the next step of players coming up are all going to be hitters. So you're timing this at a point where like Skubal is kind of carrying you. Once those hitters come up, not only can you be a World Series contender, you can win the World Series. If Max Clark and McGonigal and Rainier and the Briseño kid, if 2 of those 4 kids end up being really good sticks, I don't know what more you need because you've already got a couple really nice players there. I listen, I get it. I do think you have to be very nimble if you run a baseball organization, even in Detroit. This is clown show to me.
Meanwhile, the Dodgers, coming off back-to-back World Series, added Diaz, one of the best closers in the game.
Diaz.
And could potentially add one of the best, if not the best starter in the game. So that's it's going great for LA.
We do have a Guardians report out of winter meetings as well. Not the Peyton Pallet stuff, which has been great. Rule 5, baby. But Buster Olney saying that while the Guardians won't shut down phone calls for Stephen Kwan, the intention is to keep him into next season. Do you believe it?
I do, because I just think his offensive production tailed off the way that it typically does in the second half of the season, but it made his overall production look as if it was just a down year offensively for him. I think they're going to let the smart thing with Kwan, let him get hot the way he does for the first 2.5 months of the season, make an all-star team, and then you sell as high as you can.
Yeah, I think I'm still TBD. I think this was the quintessential, we're not going to shut down the call, but we don't want to trade him. I think they're playing a little hard to get. I do think it's going to be tough to make a deal, though, because the Guardians don't come off their value for guys. They were in, it is my understanding, they were in like the 11th hour at a Kwan deal at the deadline. And in an alternate universe, if Class A doesn't get popped for an extra month, you get huge hauls for both guys. I don't know why it didn't happen, but I'm going to imagine that they haven't moved off their price at the deadline. And I think if it was hard to get it then, it's going to be harder to get it now.
Yeah, you're just not getting that price for him at the moment. But it is interesting. I mean, it's 3 straight years of watching him second half just collapse offensively to the point where you should just try to time it out.
Did you hear my pitch?
Easy now.
Kwan to Cincinnati for Sal Stewart, who had become your first baseman.
Okay.
And then Noelvi Marte, who goes to left field. And probably like a reliever, like a Zach Maxwell, the big rig, and then like a comp A pick. Because they have an extra first-round pick.
So we're gonna link him back up with Terry Francona is the idea?
Yeah.
Yeah. The Reds were in. They were in at the deadline.
So you get a first baseman, you get a left fielder. Marte hit, I think, 15 home runs last year in limited opportunity.
We can play it around. Yeah.
But I'm big on the comp A pick. That's where I'm at. Big thanks to Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. By the way, happy belated, Mac. I know you spent it well. That sounded so sarcastic. I am so sorry.
I was going to say,
I didn't mean it.
I don't know what that meant.
I'm sure you had a great birthday, Mac. Way to go, turning 30, bro.
I really enjoyed that cake.
Big thanks to Jake Murrin, man of the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. If you missed a second of today's show, you can catch it all on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel, all 5 hours. Matt Corrali, get over here. I've got something to say to you. And Meredith Kane, who I don't have a voice for. Great stuff with them. JP, good stuff, buddy.
Had fun. We'll do it tomorrow.
See you guys tomorrow, too.